Hey guys, this is EdRoh. So this has been a long time coming. We have a very special app today, and that is we are going to be building a complete NextJS 13 application. Today we're going to be building this complete AI blog application, and we're going to create this entire layout from scratch. So we're going to go through and talk about CSS Grid and Flexbox and doing all of this for each of these layouts. And we're also going to make it completely responsive so it looks good on both desktop and mobile screens. And then from here, we can go to each individual page. And each individual page, we're going to use NextJS to make all of this performance optimized. And we're going to make it dynamic. And then from here, we're also going to talk about how we can write this content blog and the fact that we can edit this content information with some kind of text editor called TipTap, and we can change our settings. We can make it bold, we can do italicized, we can change all of these settings all for free. And then from here, we're also going to have generate AI content. So based on this title, we're going to generate this particular content. And I can see I am a sarcastic writer. For something like this, we can generate our AI content. And as you can see, we have our blog content generation. So I limited this to 3 sentences so it doesn't take too long, but hey, oh great, can't wait for the future of space exploration. So as you can see, we are telling OpenAI that we want a sarcastic writer, and we have content that's written in a sarcastic way. So it's very, very helpful, and you can submit it and we save this information. And finally, I'm going to be telling you how we can deploy this application on Vercel all for free. I'll show you all the process. I'll show you all the performance optimizations, what we can do, and use all the new features of NextJS 13. So in this application, I'm excited to show you that we're going to be using NextJS, but not just standard NextJS 12 with the pages directory that most people are using. We are going to be using the latest NextJS 13.2 version with the app directory. And I'll be guiding you through every single new feature of NextJS 13 and optimizing performance everywhere I can while building this application. For the tech, unfortunately, T3 Stack is not yet compatible with the app directory, but we'll be using every compatible tech possible, such as NextJS 13.2, Prisma, hero icons, TipTap, Typescript, Tailwind, and Vercel. And finally, we are going to be utilizing the awesome power of ChatGPT to generate blog writing content that'll feel natural and engaging. Now, speaking of ChatGPT, I want to introduce our sponsor for today's video, Brilliant.org, which offers some incredible educational courses in neural networks, machine learning, and other computer science topics. As someone passionate about AI and deep learning models, I found that Brilliant's interactive content is an essential tool for professionals looking to stay ahead in this AI-dominated world. I personally love their courses on neural networks. It's engaging, hands-on, and it helps you truly understand the core concepts behind AI and machine learning. Plus, Brilliant is designed for busy people, so you can learn at your own pace on any device and even master topics with just 15 minutes of learning a day. What sets Brilliant apart is their visual hands-on approach, which makes it easy to grasp complex ideas and truly understand the key concepts behind today's innovative technology. Their storytelling makes abstract ideas relatable, and the beautiful interactive visualizations lets you engage with concepts so you actually understand. If you're curious about AI, neural networks, and machine learning and want to explore them like we're doing with ChatGPT, Brilliant is the perfect place to start. To get a 33-day free trial, we'll see everything Brilliant has to offer. Visit brilliant.org/EdRoh or click on the link in the description. And as a special bonus, the first 200 of you will receive 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Now with that, let's explore what NextJS 13.2 has in store for us as we start building our app. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be installing Node.js. So you can go to the description or the link in the description below to this website, and you can download whatever is recommended for you. For mine is Mac. I've already had this installed, so I'm not going to do that. But Node.js is basically, it allows developers to build and run server-side applications using JavaScript, which is traditionally used for client-side scripting in web browsers, but we can use this for our server-side applications. And then after that, we're going to be installing npx. So also a link in the description. You can go here and you can do npm i-g npx. So this is a package that will execute npm binaries for us, and it's something we'll be using. And finally, if you don't have a code editor or like a text editor for writing code, you can go to another link in the description for VS Code, and you can go to this website, download the VS Code version that you will need, and this will allow us to use our text editor. So the next thing we're going to install is going to be NextJS. And by popular demand, everyone has been asking me to build a project in NextJS, and we're going to be building a project in NextJS 13 today in version 3.13.2 specifically. Now, if you're new to NextJS, NextJS is an open source React-based framework for building server-rendered web applications. So it uses React under the hood, but it provides a lot of opinions and the ability to simplify the process of building modern web applications by doing things like automatic server rendering and code splitting for you. It has a lot of default options, a lot of those things all built into NextJS, and we'll be covering that in this video. All right, so we're going to be installing this, and we're going to be installing NextJS 13.2. So we're going to go into our Visual Studio Code. I'm going to increase the size so you guys can see over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to run npx create next app at latest, and we're going to do -- experimental -app. So this will install the latest version. And it is in experimental mode, so there is a lot of unstable features, but I'll cover most of them, and I'll cover what parts is still in production or still in testing basically. And so after here, I'm just going to say blog AI app, that's the project name. And I'm going to say we're going to use TypeScript. We're going to use ESLint. We're not going to use the source directory, so it's by default no. And we want an import alias of the basic default. So we're just going to hit enter. So that will set up our Next.js project for us. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, there's a lot of links to the description below about Next.js 13, and installing it, you have to go to the docs, and there's the app router beta or Next.js 13 stable docs. This is where you want to look at, and you can see there's installation and all these types of instructions, including the app router roadmap. So basically, it's all the roadmap items that they're trying to build into 13. So they have a lot of the things built in now. They just have a few things that are still a work in progress. So if you see anything like this, that means those are a work in progress. Now we're going to open up VS Code again, and once Next App has been installed, we're going to open up our Explorer. We're going to go into this folder. So we're going to do cd blog AI app. We're going to go into it, and then here we're going to be installing @hero icons /react. So this is a library that's built by Tailwind, and it's used for using free icons that we can use for our application. And we're going to be installing a lot of other packages, but we're going to be doing it when the moment calls. So we're going to be waiting for those. And then from here, we're going to go to extensions, and I want you to install certain extensions from here. So I want you to install this particular one, ES7, plus React Redux React Native snippets. So this will give us some boilerplate code as needed. Then we're going to install ESLint. So this will allow us to show syntax errors automatically and help us debug a lot faster. And then if we go down over here, we can go to prettier. This will format our code automatically when we save it. All right, with those installed, we're going to go back to our Explorer. We're going to open up our folder, and we're going to open up app, and we're going to delete a few files. We're going to delete page module.css, and we're actually going to keep everything. We're going to go to globals.css. I'm going to hit Command A or select all, depending on your Windows machine or OS machine, basically. And we're going to just delete everything in here. And then over here, we're going to go to page.tsx. I'm going to remove everything inside the main JSX. So I'm going to remove all of this guy. Just remove it. We're going to be replacing it with our own code. We're going to get rid of the class names. We're going to get rid of everything up here. So we have no imports right now. And then we're going to go to layout.tsx, and we are going to modify our metadata, and we're going to say blog AI app, and we're going to say blog built in NextJS that uses AI. So we're going to keep that. And we're going to save that. So the next thing we're going to be setting up is going to be the fonts. So now normally we would just use an import from Google Fonts, but NextJS has their own version of automatic self-hosting for any font file. So it'll make it a lot easier and it will be much more optimized to use the fonts. So if you can go to the link in the description, you can see all of this font optimization that they have a lot of explanations for. So for us, it's going to be very simple. So we're going to do import open_sans. So open_sans is going to be the font that we're going to be using. And we want to do next/font/Google. So that will give us our particular font. And we just need to do a little bit of configuration for this case. So we're going to do open sans and we're going to say open_sans, and I'm going to do subsets, and I'm going to set this to be Latin like this. And once we have that, I'm going to go over here into HTML and I'm going to pass in class name, and we're going to say open_sans.class name. And basically, once we have this set up, we're going to be able to use OpenSans for all our fonts. So because we're placing it on the HTML, we now have OpenSans as our font for our entire web page. Now there's a lot more configurations that you can set up for this, having like different weights and different things like that. But they do suggest using like this as a variable version. So that means it will use the font weight that it needs to, and it'll optimize it automatically for you. So I'm going to save that. All right, so the next thing we're going to install is going to be Tailwind CSS with NextJS. So NextJS really works well with Tailwind CSS, but Material UI, it's still not up to par. You can use client components, but you cannot use the latest server components with Material UI. They are working on it, so it will come in eventually with NextJS. But for now, let's use Tailwind CSS to get this started. And if you see the link in the description below, you can go to this particular page, install Tailwind CSS with NextJS, and we can set up Tailwind CSS in our next project. So now they have some instructions over here for creating the project, but we've already created the project and we want to just kind of do our own thing over here. So all we have to do is skip to step 2 and we can just follow these instructions over here. So I'm going to open up my terminal over here. I'm going to reduce the size of that. And over here, I'm going to do npm i-d, and then I'm going to say Tailwind. Actually, I could just copy it. I don't know why I didn't do that. So let's copy and paste it over here. Let's wait for that to finish. I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to copy and paste this particular value as well. I'm going to copy and paste that as well. So we created it. We should be able to see certain files, Tailwind config, we should see post CSS, and we should see all the installations over here. All right, so the next step is going to be configuring your template paths. So we're going to go over here. We're going to have majority of this. So we're going to go over here, Tailwind config. And what we want to do is we can just actually copy the entire thing and just paste it over here. So we'll have majority of that. And then we just don't need to get rid of, or we don't need the source directory, because if you remember when we were configuring Tailwind or NextJS, it asks us if we want to use a source directory, but we do not. So we can keep it like this. And we're actually not going to use the pages directory. So since we're using the experimental version, we have app, but we don't have pages. So pages is the old way of NextJS way of doing things. So we're going to be using app instead. Everything is going to be based in the app, and I'll explain everything as we go. And then from here, we're going to go down to the Tailwind directives. So we're going to go to globals.css file, and I'm just going to paste everything from here to over here. I'm going to save it. And now if you see this kind of annoying error, it says cannot find module next/babel that is mentioned over here, all you have to do is go over to .eslint rc, and we're just going to create this into an array. And I'm going to add over here next/babel, and I'm going to do comma. And once we save that, we can go back to our tailwind.config, and the error is now gone. So I'm going to close all of this, and we're going to be setting up our theme right away. So over here, we're going to do extend. So now if you want, you can go to the link in the description again, and you can copy all of this into this particular page if you want to skip this. But otherwise, I'll just go and do this real quick, and I'll explain everything as we go. And now we have a few colors that we're going to be using, and I'm going to use white, and I'm going to use a 10. So the reason why I'm not using the, like right here, is because it's already reserved, or if you can use gray 10, but those are already reserved. So I want to create my own over here. So I'm going to do F4, F4. Then I'm going to do WH50, like so. And I'm going to do sharp FB, FB, FB. I'm going to do white 100, colon, number C9, C9, C9. I'm going to just continue doing this over here until we get a few of these. I'm going to say this is 300, and this is going to be 93, 93, 93. This is going to be 500, and we're going to do 59, 59, 59. And this one is going to be 900. And again, these are like pre-configured colors that I decided would look good for this particular application. So these are all the colors we're going to use. And then we're going to have an accent of red. I'm going to call this EA9648. This is going to be accent orange. And we're going to have F6CF68. And then this one's going to be accent green. This is going to be C2E9B4. I'm going to erase these two. And over here, I'm going to do background image. Make sure you spell that correctly. And then we're going to pass in theme. And I'm going to say we want a gradient gradual. So this is the naming, colon, and I'm going to put linear dash gradient. So basically, if you want to do a gradient color, you're going to have to use background image to do this. It's kind of a workaround, but it works. So we're just going to have to set this. And we're going to say RGBA. This is, again, colors that I've set. I used Figma to set these colors. And these are the ones that kind of look good. And it's automatically generated based in Figma. I'm going to do comma, 000, 000, 000. I'm going to say 100%, set it like this. And we're going to have our colors all set up. We're also going to have to go over here, make sure it's under the curly braces over here on line 21. I'm going to say screens, colon. And I'm going to say XS, colon 480 pixel. SM, colon 768 pixel. And then MD, 1060 pixels. So we're setting up our own media queries. So we're going to be using this in the code, and that will set up our media queries that we can have like different colors or different CSS styling for different screen sizes. And once we have that set up, we have our theme configuration all set up for Tailwind. All right, from here, we're going to be installing Tailwind extensions. Now, Tailwind is very nice. It just has a lot of configurations that you're going to have to kind of set up. So if we go over here to the extensions, we're going to go Tailwind IntelliSense, which right here. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSer. So this will provide syntax, autocomplete, and highlighting for your Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So it's very useful. And then Tailwind documentation. Now you can use whichever Tailwind documentation you want, but I prefer this one, Tailwind doc. Let's see, something like this. There's two of them. This one is way more popular, I believe, but I use this particular one, and this one allows you to just bring it up inside VS Code terminal, so it's very fast. So I can do Command Control T. So if I go over here, I do Command Control T like this, and it brings it up, and we can do like a search on, let's say, Flex, something like that. We have Flex, and it will bring up the site inside your VS Code. The other one is pretty good, so it's up to you, whichever one you want. All right, so the next thing we're going to install, we're going to install all the Tailwind things that we're going to be using. So I'm going to go out of this, and we're going to be installing something called, we're going to do npm i at tailwind css /line clamp. So what this allows us to do is when we have text, for example, let's take a look at this. Let's say we only want this particular text to be one line, and at the very end of it, if it's too long, we want it to be a ... for the continuation. This line clamp will help us set this up. All we have to do is say line clamp 1. It's going to concatenate this to one line, and you'll have 3 dots showing that this text is longer. So it's a very convenient library, and we're going to be using this. All right, so the next thing we're going to be installing is going to be at Tailwind CSS/typography. So anytime we're going to be using HTML and let's say Markdown coming from backend or something like that, we cannot actually apply fonts or typography onto that. Like using normal Tailwind CSS, we cannot do that. So for example, in our completed application, we cannot apply Open Sans font and bold and things like that onto this guy. So we cannot apply the particular font without particularly using something like this. So that's why we really need to install this. So I'm going to do npm i-d, and I'm going to say at Tailwind CSS/typography. So for development, we're going to be using this for Tailwind CSS typography. And then from there, I'm going to go to the tailwind config.js file, and I need to just add this to as a plugin. Oops, that is not what I wanted. So I'm going to do require like so, and we're going to pass in at Tailwind CSS typography like so. So this will set it up for us to use. And also I forgot to require our Tailwind CSS line clamp. So you need to install this over here as a plugin as well. So once we have that, we have our typography all set up for Tailwind to use. And then finally, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to our file and we're going to go to app, close all of that. Let's go to globals.css. And now that we have Tailwind installed, we can just do HTML body root.app, and we can set the height to be 100%, width to be 100%, at apply text sm. So this is basically resetting it so that our entire HTML body, they take up the full height and the width. So we have everything set up like this. And we want the width to be 100%, and we want to make sure everything starts with the text of small instead of the regular default font size. I'm going to go to page TSX and then make sure everything is working as expected. Yep. All right, so now that we have Next.js pretty much set up and we have cleaned it and we installed Tailwind as well, now I want to do some explanation of Next.js 12 and Next.js 13. And I'm going to explain the folder structure, and I'm going to explain a lot of different things. Now, just a heads up, this video is going to include a little more explanation than usual just because I want to explain everything, all the nuances about Next.js 13, because there's a lot of changes, there's a lot of things to note, and there's a lot of important information that you really need to understand when you're using Next.js 13. It's very complicated sometimes if you don't know what you're doing. So anyways, so this is our directory, and we're going to see .vs code. You can ignore that. That's just VS Code settings for myself. I have VS Code over here. I'm just going to delete that because I don't need that. Over here, we have the app directory. So the app directory is a folder that's going to be required for Next.js 13. So this is going to be the new way of doing things in Next.js. There used to be a folder called pages in the old version, Next.js 12. And this is where you would have all your files, folders, your API folder as well. You would have them all in here, but Next.js 13 has moved it to app directory over here. And in this app directory, we can do route navigations. Again, I'm referring to a lot of links in the description, but this is another link in the description. It's about defining routes and how it basically works. But let me explain. So if I create a folder in the app directory, let's call this testing. And if I have a file called page.tsx, and this is important, there's a lot of opinionated abstractions in Next.js 13. So for example, page is a keyword, so you have to make sure you use it wisely. So over here, essentially what this means is that if I go to localhost, and in this here, if I had a component here and I say /testing, then it would take me to this particular component over here. Now it's not going to show anything because there's nothing here, but this will be represented by a folder over here called testing. So that's how you would render out the routes of your website. So it's not like React Router where you identify and you have to use all the components. You can just do this based on the folder directory. And then let's say I just want to create a folder though. So like I don't want a navigation. What you can do is just pass in parens like that. By doing so, now this will never be rendered as a particular route. You can just store the files over here. And we can just place any component in here, and we can have like shared components or whatever we want without having a navigation. All right, and then from here, I'm going to delete this. So we don't have that. We're not going to be using that. So don't see. And then from here, let's go back. We have a folder called API. So now if you are using Next.js, now it is not mandatory, but if you're using Next.js, you can use a backend with Next.js as well. And you can have a folder called API in here. And anytime you create it, you have a route file. It has to be called route, by the way. So you need to know that this is route. And in here, this is where you can write the logic of your code for navigation. Now, this has changed a lot. If you used 12 or maybe even 13.1, this has actually changed. And you'll see in the code, I won't do it right now, but I'll explain everything as we go to show you how we can do it. And it's pretty simple once you know what to do. So we have our API directory over here. And so for now, what I want to do is I want to create a little bit of our architecture over here, and we're going to keep it very simple. So for our app, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this home, and this is going to be in parens. So we're going to keep files relevant to like the home page in here. So we're going to have components over here. We're also going to have a shared folder. So these are components that will be shared across multiple pages. So we want to keep that, but we don't want this to be a separate route. And then finally, we're going to create a new folder called post. So this one is actually going to be requiring a navigation. And inside this folder post, we're going to create another folder, and we're going to call this ID. So this is for dynamic routes. Inside the post ID, that means if we have some route, and we can have like a route that looks like something like this. You have an ID at the end, and it's dynamic. So we're going to be able to, I'm going to explain this as we go, but we're going to have this particular folder that will represent that. I know there's a lot of information here. We're going to be going through each one of these. Inside our app directory, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this loading. Oops, let me make sure I write it over here. So I'm going to call this loading.tsx. And this particular file is another keyword. So whenever you have a loading file, this is the component that will be rendered when the page is loading. So if I go back to my completed application, so if I go home, you saw there was, for a second, there was a loading screen. You see that? That is the loading component that will show up when the page hasn't loaded. So we're going to be creating that. So I'm going to say import React from React. And over here, I'm going to say function loading like so. I'm going to return a div, and we're going to say loading over here. I'm going to say export default loading. So this will happen anytime we are loading a file. So if we just do that, we'll have the loading. Now, there's nothing to load over here, so it's not going to pop up. But if we have a lot more things to load, it's going to show up, and it will be our loading component. And we're also going to have a loading component over here. So I'm going to just say a new file, loading tsx, and I'm just going to copy everything from the loading file and paste it to the other loading file. So when you have that, you should be able to get a loading component easily. And then finally, one more thing I want to explain is going to be the layout page. So the layout page consists of a layout of the entire application. So this is particularly shared across your component. So if you have like a navbar, that's going to exist on every single page. So this is where you write the code for that particular situation. So over here, I want to have basically a body we're going to have a navbar. Inside our body component, we're going to have a navbar up here. If I can spell that correctly. We haven't created this component yet, and we're also going to have a footer component. So if I do footer, this is where we can have shared components across the entire application. So I'm going to comment out footer, and then we are going to be working on navbar. And so before we work on navbar, let me do a very brief summary of everything I just explained. So we have grouped components that are in parens. So you would put any kind of component that you want over here without affecting the navigation. Then we have regular navigation such as post. So anytime you have a folder with posts over here, you can do /post, and then you can go to that particular route. And you also have dynamic routes if you do a square bracket over here, so you can put the ID in there. And I'll show you how to do that. Then we also have loading as well. So this will display anytime the page is loading. And we also have layout, where this is universal to the entire application. And then we also have a folder called API, where this is actually the backend. So we can hit backend routes via this location, and we can write the backend code in the same directory as the front end code. So this is basically essentially the backend that we have over here. And then finally, I want to explain one more thing is going to be the metadata. So the metadata is going to represent what's at the top of this particular page. So let me comment this out. Let me save it. And I want to show you this title represents this guy over here in the tab. So blog AI app represents that. And the description is going to be a description of what your website is about. And this is particularly for Google search engine bots. So if you want to do search engine optimization, you're going to have to write good descriptions for this so Google can recognize your page and what it's about. So you need these kind of descriptions. Now this metadata has changed. This ability to write the search engine optimization has changed from 12 and in 13 quite a bit. So now it's pretty simple. We have metadata, and there's a link in the description below about all this metadata information. So you can provide all the information for Google via this particular object. So one more thing about the metadata API. So in NextJS 13.3, we have a little bit of extra feature with the metadata, but it's a very niche case. So in this situation, so generally you have your config-based metadata that applies to your entire website. But now with NextJS 13.3, you can use the NextJS metadata API to have different SEO and different metadata for each of the pages that you are doing. So for example, you can also have favicon for your main homepage, but you can also have it for your different post page, for example, like the post page that we created. So we also have Open Graph Image, which is just an image for LinkedIn and Facebook, what it shows when you create a social link with Twitter. And then we also have icon, sitemap, robots, and manifest. So it's a lot of SEO metadata things that you can add if you want to, and you just have to add it as a file into your folder system. And also we have dynamic Open Graph image generation. Again, like Open Graph image is for LinkedIn and Facebook. When you share it, you're going to see like a little image and metadata about that. And that's what Open Graph image is used for. So now you can make it dynamic. So if you have different image generations or linked shared images, this will allow us to do it dynamically. So it's a very niche case. All right, so this is the completed application, and over here we're gonna be able to see our navbar. So the navbar, pretty simple and straightforward. We're gonna have this particular bar, and we can go and navigate to some of these, but these don't take you to too many places. And then sign in is actually, we're not gonna be dealing with authentication in this particular application because there's a lot to cover. And over here we have our social links, and then we have our navigation items. And basically, if you take a look, and if you want, you can go to install this particular browser extension called Toggle Pesticide, and you can see basically the div layout, and it can show you and highlight you how everything looks. So over here, we have one big div surrounding the entire navbar, and then we have 3 divs over here. So one div in the left, one div in the middle, one div on the right. So we have these particular layouts, and everything is kind of flexed between for these 3 layouts. And then inside each of these, this is also has a flex layout, and we're spreading it across over here and over here. So this is our layout for our navigation. So let's go back to our code. We're going to uncomment this, and I'm going to import the navbar from a file that we haven't created yet. So we're going to import navbar from. So we're going to do app shared like so, and we're going to say navbar like this. So we can, if we're doing routes for Next.js, we can start from the app because that's how they configured it. So it makes a lot of sense. We have app, then we go to shared, and we're going to create a new file called navbar tsx. So we're able to do that pretty simple. And over here in our navbar, I'm going to do tsrafce. So this is our extension, and we're going to have our navbar component easily set up like so. And in here, we're going to be setting up our nav. So over here, I'm going to change this to a header because for navbars, we want to set that to be a header. And then we're also going to set this to be a nav inside. And Tailwind, we can use class name, and we can set a margin bottom of 5 like this. So we have a margin bottom below, and then in our nav, I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say flex, justify between. And as you can see, this is IntelliSense coming from Tailwind, and we can just easily select it. And we're going to do items center like so. And then from here, we can open up our Tailwind extension docs with Command Control T or Control Alt T depending on your OS. And if you go to Tailwind docs, we can look at justify content, and justify content represents us doing the flex positioning. So justify between represents justify content space between. So it means items are spread out as far away from each other as possible evenly through flex. So that's what this particular justify between item center is basically doing. And over here, let's actually take care of one thing. I'm going to say this is nav. You want to be able to see nav. So now if you go over here, and you can see that if we import navbar and this is highlighted underneath, there's actually one configuration that we need to set up, and we can go to tsconfig.json, and I'm going to go over here, maybe under path, and we're going to do base URL, and we want to put dot. Once we have that set up, we should technically be able to go through here and we can navigate. Now IntelliSense will yell at us. Now we'll be able to continue our navbar. And then from here, I'm going to say width of full. So it takes up the entire width. I'm going to say a background of WH900. So this is going to be close to a black color. You never want full black or full white. And so we do text white of 10. So we have a color of text that's not full white either, but close to it. And we're going to have a padding in the X direction, meaning horizontally, we can do PX of 10. So now these values right here, they don't represent pixels. So if you take a look, let's say, let's do font size, or actually let's look at padding. We have padding. Sometimes it starts to lag. That's the only thing about this. I don't know why we have a lot of lag over here. But basically this size that we have of 8 is basically their unit of elements for Tailwind that represents a specific amount. They chose arbitrary values that look good on depending on the padding and the width and the space between. So they have their own version of it. So they have options that you can use. So in this case, we have a padding X of 10. And I'm going to say PY, oops, I didn't have the 10, and then PY of 4. So in the vertical direction, we're going to give it a 4. And so now, as you can see, we have our nav over here, and we have a padding on the top, padding left and right, and we have justify between. So we only have one item, so that's why it's just slopped over here, but we're going to be moving this across. Since we have that, now we can go over here. I'm going to create a div inside. I'm going to say this should be the social links, which I'll take care of in a little bit, but not yet. We're going to have the social links over here. I'm going to say class name, And we're going to say this is hidden when it's on, let's say, smaller screens, because we don't want the social links to be blocking the navigation. But when we are above a certain screen size, which is SM, so if you remember over here, we go back to tailwind.config, we have set this to be X or SM to be 768 pixel, meaning anytime we're above 768 pixels, we're going to set this to be block. So this is how we do navigation depending on the width, or like we're basically doing responsive design with this. So if I open this up, we have social link spread over here, and when we're close, it disappears. So this is good for responsive navigation. So we want to keep that. All right, inside our nav element, but below our social links, we're going to say div, and this is where we're going to put all the navigation items over here. So I'm going to say we want a link from next/link. So they provide us a way to navigate around the website using this link component. So you have to use the link component to do that. And for this, we're just going to always set this to be / because we're not going to have extra pages. We're just going to keep this to be at the home location. Maybe in the future I can expand upon this project, but for now we're going to keep this simple because there's a lot to cover, especially with NextJS 13. And in here, I'm going to set this class name to be flex, justify between items center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. So we have a spacing of 10 in between the items. So now if you take a look, we have home, trending, and about, and they have a gap of 10. Essentially. And this is located on the left side. So of course, if we open this up, we now have social links on the left side and our nav items on the right side. So this provides a way of looking at this with responsive design. And then finally, we're going to have like the login or sign in item. And we're just going to say P sign in over on the right. So we'll have that. And if we open this up, we're going to see both 3 links. So we have our layout of this particular navbar, and it will be very convenient to use. So this right here is going to be the navbar that we're talking about. However, I also want to include this particular section as well as this image over here, so that when we go to another page, we have the top header also still existing. So over here under the navigation, I'm going to create a div. And with this div, we're going to have a class name, and it's going to be flex, justify between with a gap of 8, margin top of 5, margin bottom of 4, margin X, so horizontally 10. So this is margin top, this is margin bottom. So we'll have those configurations. And then from here, I'm going to say div, and I'm going to set this class name. And this is going to be a width, if I can spell this correctly, so class name with a width of 2/3. So that's 66%, around 66%, I believe. And the way we do this is we do basis 2/3. So this is flex basis. Flex basis is very good for when you're doing flex. Instead of using a width and percentage, you use basis. And by doing basis, it'll help you determine the width percentage that you want. And it has more configuration. So flex basis instead of width gives you a lot more flexibility and options. Sometimes you can use it to just do 100%. So it'll take up as much space as it can if the other items in that same flex don't have any width. So there's a lot more configurations. You can read up on it. It's a little complicated, but it's much more nicer than just using regular width. And by the way, what I did was MD, so this is above medium screens. We are doing a media query for margin top of 3. So for desktop, we have a margin top of 3, but on mobile screens, we're just not doing that. And in here, I'm going to set the H1. We're going to set blog of the future, which is the name of the website. And I'm going to give this a class name of font bold text 3XL. So a larger font size. And then I could say For above medium screen, we can say text 5XL. So again, if I look at Tailwind documentation and I do text like, let's do font size. Let me reopen this, font size. So when we have font size, we can give it certain width or certain values. So like text XS, SM, base, large, and then we can go all the way from XL to 9XL. So these are very large font weights. So basically they have a pre-configured values for those guys. All right, so from here on the next line, I'm going to do a p tag. I'm going to give this a class name of text small and a margin top of 3. And here I'm just going to write a gibberish blog dedicated towards AI and generation and job automation. So basically we have a p tag. We're just going to have this as like our subtitle below. So make sure you're using the right HTML tag so it helps with SEO if you have the correct elements. Below this div, we can create another div over here, and we can provide a class name with a basis of full and a relative of width auto and a height of 32. So this is going to set a relative positioning. So this is position relative. Essentially, you can see with this little snippet, it's going to, if you hover over it, it's going to give you that. And we're going to set this width to be auto with a height of 32. So this is like one of the bigger heights. And we are going to set this basis of full. So it's going to take up as much space as we need. So this is basically the image. And this will be 2/3. Blog of the future is going to be 2/3 of the information. So, but this will take us as much space as it wants. So over here, we are going to place an image tag. So image component, and this should come from, let's say, import image from next/image. So now image usually is pretty simple. You would just place the source and you would just place a value in there. However, this is going to be very complicated. So I want to explain later on once we have the image, and I want to show you how you can use the image tag properly. There's a lot to this, so I don't want to cover this at the moment. So I'm just going to say image right here. And I'm going to just give this a background of, let's say, just white, let's say 500. So we're going to keep that. We're going to have an image over here. But we're going to place the image component here later on, and I will explain everything as we go, because there's so much to the image component, and it can be quite the headache if you're using it the first time. I've had a lot of issues with the image component, but I will explain everything in this video. All right, and then from here, I'm going to do a horizontal line and give it a class name of border-1 mx-10. We're going to save that, and then we'll see a little bit of a line right below. And so the next thing we're going to be building is going to be the social links right here. So before we create that component, what we need is going to be the assets folder that's going to have our images. Now in the link in the description below, I have a link to the assets folder in my finalized repo, and you can go in and download all the images that are in there. So I'm going to be adding that. All right, so now once you have the images over here, you're going to see all these images. We're going to have these social icons, and we're going to be using this directly. So if I go back to our Navbar, I'm going to go to our shared components. I'm going to create a new file, call this social links.tsx. I'm going to call this tsrafce, and we're going to have our social links component over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to import a lot of the images. We're going to import image from next image right here. So we want to use that. And then we want to import Twitter from our public assets folder. So I'm actually going to probably do this manually. So I'm going to do public assets social underscore Twitter PNG. So that will link to this particular assets over here where we have social links, and Twitter is right there. So we're going to be doing that the same for all the social links. So I'm going to just copy and paste this 5 times, And over here, I'm going to change this to Facebook. This will be social Facebook. Same with over here. This is going to be Instagram. Social Instagram, like so. Same over here. This is going to be Google, like so. And this would be social Google. And then Discord right here from social Discord, like that. All right, so over here in our div, I'm just going to get rid of the social links, and I'm going to write class name, and I'm going to say flex justify between. As you can see, I always use justify between. It's very common, as well as item center. So this is a very useful set of, class names right here, these three guys. And then we're also going to give them a gap of 7. So if we want images to have like a link, so we can link them to a different page, we want to surround the image tag with a link element. So and we're just going to say, we're not going to really link to a specific Twitter account, but we're just going to link it to the main Twitter page. I'm going to set this target to be a blank underscore blank like this. So when you click on it, it's going to open up a new tab instead. And I'm going to say rel equals no refer. So this is so it works properly on like Internet Explorer and those things. So you need to set all of this. And inside here, I can say image. So now, like I said, I'm not going to cover image in depth as of yet, but I will just be using this for now. I'm going to keep a class name of hover with an opacity of 50. So the one thing I really do like about Tailwind is that you can put your pseudo selectors directly. So anytime we have something like hover or anything, we can directly write the class name associated with it directly onto it. And it's very convenient compared to just having to like always write the pseudo selector. That's just kind of annoying. And then with the name of alt with Twitter, so bots can figure out what this is, as well as for screen readers. And then we have a source of Twitter, and we're going to say width to be 20, as well as height to be 20. Now again, image is very confusing. It can be very complex. We want to set the width and the height directly over here, but for now, this is good enough. We also want like a situation. I'm going to make this conditional right here. And I'm going to say if the social links is dark, so meaning we have two variations. So if you take a look at this is like the dark version and this is the light version. So if it's on a lighter background, we want this to be, like black colors, and the background is going to be white. And then over here, if the background is black, we're going to have this as white. So we just want two variations. So all we have to do is change the color over here. I'm just going to say if is dark, which is a prop that we're going to be passing and creating, I'm going to say brightness is going to be 0. So if it is a dark background, we are going to set the brightness to be 0. So that means this is just going to automatically set this to be white. You can't do color. You can't just set text wh.0 because of this, because this is PNG. The only way to do this is by setting this brightness to be 0. So this is the easiest way to do so. And this is dark setting is going to come from the props, and we need to set this for TypeScript. So we're going to set this as a Boolean over here. Now again, if you aren't familiar with TypeScript, this is a props section that we pass any kind of props over here. We will need to type them prior to using them over here. And by default, we're going to have this as optional. So it means you don't have to pass in the dark value. So instead, we're just going to have this set as default to be false. So that's what this represents. So if you don't pass this in, that's why it's optional. You can have this as false like this. And then that gets passed down over here. Then we can use that. And it seems like we have some kind of issue. Maybe it's the bracket, curly braces. All right, yeah, it seems like the issue is right here. So this should not have double quotes. So I'm going to close it like that. I'm going to save it. now everything is properly formatted. So we have this is dark. So anytime we're on the dark background, we're going to have a white color. And then if we hover over it, it's going to be opacity 550. Otherwise, by default, these images are black color. So it automatically is doing that. So this is just a Twitter. We're going to have to do the same thing for Facebook, Instagram, Google, and Discord. So let's do that. So I'm going to do all of this, and I'm going to go up here. We see Twitter. I'm going to select all of them with Command D or Control D, depending on your Mac. So I'm going to say, let's say this one is Facebook, and this one needs to be capitalized over here. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to say Instagram, like so, and this should be capitalized over here. This should be Google. So let's copy all of this. I'm going to say Google, and this should be capitalized. This should be Discord right here. Discord, and this should be capitalized over here. So I'm going to save it. And let's double check everything is working. So if I go back and open this, oh yeah, we have not imported the social links component. So if I go back to Navbar, I'm going to go over here. And let's actually see, we want the social links to be inside here. So I'm going to pass this in. So social links. And again, you should use IntelliSense. So anytime you're typing this in, you want to be able to click on it so it imports directly. So it makes your life a lot easier. So make sure to use that. It also prevents you from making bugs. So I'm going to save that. And as you can see, now if you open this, you can see all of these. So now if I click on one of them, it's just going to take you to whatever location. So that is perfect. So everything is working. Let's make sure we open the dev tools, make sure we don't have any errors coming in. Make sure everything works. Perfect. We have everything as expected for our navbar. All right, with that, we have our navbar set up. Now we're going to work on our footer. So if I go back over here into our completed application, we have our footer all the way at the bottom, and we have basically 3 columns. So we have flex right here. So we're just going to have items that are spread. This particular section is longer than the rest. So this should take up more space, whereas these take up less. So again, if I turn on my toggle pesticide, you can see the div elements. We just have a line of div elements going straight from the top to the bottom over here. And then we have a main div over here that separates these out into 3 different boxes. So we're going to be doing that. So if we go back, we're going to go and close a lot of these. We're going to go back to our page file, or actually layout file, and we want to see our folder. So if I don't close it, would work. So if I have a layout, we have our footer. I'm going to uncomment this out. I'm going to import it over here. So I'm going to import footer from app/shared, and we're going to create a component called footer, like so. I'm going to save it, and in our shared folder, I'm going to create a new file called footer.tsx, and I'm going to say tsrafce, and we're going to have our footer component over here. Inside here, we're actually not going to have any props being passed down into footer because it's going to be the same. We're going to change this to actually be a footer tag. So we're going to say footer. I'm going to close that, save it so we have that information, and I'm going to say, let's say footer, like so. And see, we have our footer at the very bottom. And inside our footer, we're going to have a class name with a background of white 900. So it's a darker color. So text white of 50, a padding white of 10. So padding top and bottom 10, and then vertically padding of 10 as well. So now we have our black bar. And inside here, I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name with justify content. actually justify between. I'm going to say MX to be auto with a gap of 16. I'm going to say flex for wider screens. So when it's responsive, we want actually, if this section is smaller, we're going to stack them up like so. So over here, actually this is not small enough. Over here now you can see they get stacked when they're smaller. Now ignore these errors. That's for something else. So if I go back, I'm going to close this and we're going to go back to our application. So now that's why we have flex only for larger screens above mobile screens. And then here I'm going to say first column. So we have that section. I'm going to say div, and inside our div I'm going to say class name margin top of 16 with a basis of 1/2. So this one is going to take 50%. That's why you have 1/2 over here. And we're going to say a margin top of 0 for smaller screens, or for screens that are larger than smaller screens. So you just always have to make sure you're aware of that. And then from here, I'm going to say H4 is going to be class name with a font of bold. And I'm going to say blog of the future. Now for me, it's a little confusing sometimes whether you do font bold versus text. So sometimes I would think text bold or, font white 50 or something like that. So just be aware that certain ones have different class naming. So it's a little bit confusing in those areas. And then from here, I'm going to just have a p tag, and this is just going to have gibberish text. So right here, I'm just going to copy and paste it, but you can write whatever you want over here. You don't really need that much information, but you can just copy this if you would like, but it's just some random text. So we have that, and we also have, and we want to do a little copyright text over here. We're just going to say copyright by blog of the future, all rights reserved. So we can keep that. So we have that for our first column. And then we're going to do the same thing for our second column. I'm just going to copy and paste this, and we're going to adjust this to be second, and we're going to modify some things. So I'm going to say basis of 1/4. Oh, and by the way, let me just clarify this section of margin top. So this margin top 16 means that for smaller screen sizes, we're going to have margin top of 16. But once we get past the small screen size threshold, we're going to give this a margin top of 0. So that's how you do responsive design over here. So this is going to override it once we get to a certain width of the website. In here, we're going to keep the font bold, and we're going to say links over here. And I'm just going to add a bunch of gibberish text. So I'm just going to get rid of this like so. I'm going to just say masa or synectus, whatever. It's just a bunch of gibberish text that I just copied from the internet. And then we're just going to copy and paste this over here. I'm just going to say some random link again. And then finally, I'm going to have one more. This one doesn't have a class name of margin Y of 5, so we don't want the bottom one to have any kind of padding. And I'm just going to write this random text. So we have this, and if we open it up, they are spaced between like that. And then finally, we're going to do the same thing with the third column, just slightly different. This is just more styling and simple styling. So this is good practice if you just want to learn Flex. Things like this is very common, and you want to make sure you truly can master using Flexbox versus, positioning things absolutely. I've seen some people position things absolutely, and it can it's an absolute nightmare. All right, so here we're just going to put a phone number. You can try calling it. It is not my number, so you are not able to contact me through that. Make sure don't want to be spammed. All right, and then we have this third column. We have this, and we have our footer. So now everything is aligned perfectly. We have everything we need. Let me make sure everything looks good. Yep, that looks pretty accurate. So we have our footer now. Now with the layout configured, now we can work on our homepage. So in our page.tsx, we'll be writing code for this. So let's take a look at the final application and see what we have on our homepage. So we have a trending section over here with all these images laid out over here. Then we have our technology section over here. Then we have a travel section and our other trending posts section. So we have these three sections. So we're going to create the layout for this particular page. So we're going to start with having main as our main tags, and we're going to say class name, and I'm going to say px of 10 with leading 7. So leading 7 essentially allows us to give us a line height, if you can see over here. If I hover over it, we get a line height of 1.75 rem. So that means the text in this section is going to have a higher space between each line. And then from here, I'm going to create a trending component, which I haven't created yet. And then we're going to have a div of a class over here, and we're going to have class name, and it's going to be MD flex. So on larger screens, we're going to have a flex for our display. We're going to give it a gap of 10 with a margin bottom of 5. And in here, I'm going to give it a div, and this is going to have a class name of basis 3/4. So again, this is going to be 75% of the width. And we are going to have our components, our sections that I mentioned. So it's going to be the text section. We're going to have a travel section and the other section like so. And then we'll have a section called subscribe. So I'm going to do class name of hidden. So if we're on larger screen, we're going to hide this in this section, and we're going to give it a block. And I'm going to give it a subscribe component that we have not created just yet. And then below this, I'm going to have a div. And in here, I'm going to set this class name to be a basis of 1/4. And this section is going to have the sidebar right here. So what I'm doing is I'm creating this section, but we also have the sidebar on the right side. And then we also talk about the subscribe. This is what this is. So on smaller screens, if I open the div tool, you're going to see that it disappears because we already have the subscribe in the sidebar. So the sidebar gets pushed to the below, and that's why we don't have this particular section in smaller screens. So over here, we're going to have the sidebar like so. So we're going to be creating all of these components one at a time. So I'm going to comment these out aside from the trending, because that's going to be what we're going to be starting with. And so let's go above our home section, and I'm going to import trending from app/home/trending. It is a component we have not created, but we'll create this very shortly. So if I go to home, inside here, I'm going to create a new file called trending. So again, I'm placing this component over here because this represents any component related to our home page, and that's why we group this. So over here, I'm going to say TS-REFCE, and we're going to have our trending component. So inside our trending component, we're going to have a few props that we're going to pass in here. Or actually, no, we do not have any props. So we're going to keep it like this for now. And inside our div, we're going to change this to section. And we're going to call this class name with a padding top at the 3 for the top and padding bottom of 10 for the bottom section. And we're going to have some text inserted here. So I'm going to say div, and inside here, this is going to be a class name of flex with items dash center with a gap of 3. And in here, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to pass in trending with capitalized, and I'm going to give this a few styling. So this is a little box over here. We're going to try and create this guy, and then we're going to have text next to it. So trending is going to have a background of white 900, so it's close to black, with a padding of 2 from top and bottom, with a px of 8, so left and right has a padding of 8, text white 10, text SM, font of bold, and font of open sans. So if I save that, now we have this box. I think we don't need font open sans, so let me just delete that. So let me see. Yeah, so we don't actually need font open sans. I don't know why I have that. And then over here, I'm going to say a paragraph tag with the class name with text SM. And inside here, I'm just going to have random gibberish text. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Feel free to pause and just like look at this if you want to write this. It can just be any level of text, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then next, we are going to actually have this particular section. Oops, didn't mean to click that. We're going to have this particular section. So this is actually, it can be easy and complicated. So now if you take a look at this, we can use Flexbox or Grid. And I'm going to go through this using both. And I want to show you which one is better for this. Something like this can be both simple and hard depending on how good you are at this. So something like that can be kind of tricky. So what we're going to do, we're going to try doing this with Flex. And I want to show you which one looks better afterwards. So I'm going to say justify between. We're going to give it a gap of 3, a margin Y of 3, like so. And actually I moved it over here so we can see it better. I mean, this is mobile screen, but we want to look at the desktop screen. So we have this. So what we want is going to be a Flexbox so we can look at this. If we wanted to, this would be split into 50% like this. And then we would have an item right here. And then we would divide this with Flex as well. We can even divide the top and bottom with Flex as well using Flex direction column. So if we do that, we are going to have a lot of certain divs. So let's start with the div on this left side representing this guy. So div, and we're going to have a class name of basis 1/2, background white of 500. We're just going to have this color for the background just to see what it looks like. And we're going to have a height of 96. So I'm going to save that. We're going to take a look. We have this particular box. And then we can go over here and we can copy and paste it, but we're going to modify this, of course. And I'm going to say, I'm going to give this a flex and then flex column so that this section, we are doing flex, but vertically. That's what flex column is going to do. So we're going to be splitting the flex column into 50% from the top. And I'm going to give it a gap of 3. By doing this, we can split this into 2 different sections. So actually, we do not want a background just yet because we're going to create a div inside here. We're still going to have a height of 96, but we're going to add a div like so and give the class name. And then we're going to say basis 1/2 with a background of white 500. So we're going to have this to be the top. And then we're also going to have a bottom section. And that's going to be split into flex as well. So the way we're going to do this is going to be flex with a basis of 1/2 and a gap of 3. So this is going to be horizontally. I'm going to say div, and I'm going to say class name with a basis of 1/2 with a background of white 500. So if I save that, we're going to have this section right there. And I'm going to add another one. So we're going to have this as well. So now we have the layout that you would see over here. I mean, this is probably a little taller, but we have this section and we have what we need for our layout. But if you take a look now, understanding it's not too bad, but if you take a look at the code, this is kind of hard to really grasp your head around because there's a lot of flex. There's some nesting going on. And what I wanted to experiment was with flex versus grid. So this is the flex option, but I want to try doing this with grid, and I want to show you how that one looks like. So if I do grid, we'll be modifying a few things. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of this. Actually, aside from just one. And I'm going to say, let's completely modify this. So on bigger screens, I'm going to give it a grid with a gap of 5, grid columns of 4. So grid columns is grid template columns. So basically, we're separating this into 4 column sections. So if you were to take a look at this, this is 4 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're splitting that into 4 columns. And then we also want to split this into 2 rows. So 1, 2. So we have 2 rows from top and bottom. And then what we want to do is we're going to set the height to be 600 pixel on bigger screens. Now I did a little bit, so this is on bigger screens. So we're setting it for bigger screens and a height of 600 pixel. So you can sometimes, when you want very specific values for your height, you can set it directly using a square brackets. So if you don't want to use this unit, sometimes you have a situation where you want something very specific. This is how you would do it. And then we're also going to give it a margin Y of 3. So now I already have this. Let's actually comment this out because that's the old one. So now right now we just have a big old box because this represents the entire thing. But we want to make sure we want to try setting up our specific div for the grid. So the way we do this is I'm going to get rid of this basis. I'm going to say column span of 2 with a row span of 2. I'm going to get rid of the height 96. And if I open this up, we now have this big old box. So what it's doing is that this takes up 2 column spans and it's going to take up 2 rows. And by default, it'll provide us this look to it. And then from here, we want to look at this one. So now this is 1 row column, but 2 columns, or two columns and then 1 row. That's what this represents. So that's all we have to do. So this is going to be column span of 1, but column span of 2, and then row span of 1. So that will give us that value. And then we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy and paste this 2 more times, but we're going to change the column span for these 2 guys because this is 1 column and 1 row. Same with both of these. So I'm going to change both of these to 1 like so. And then now we have our perfect grid. So now obviously this one looks higher than the other one that we saw just because I didn't set this to 600 pixel. I set this to 600 pixel because I needed a bigger height than 96. So I set it to 600. So it gives us this particular grid. Now, as you can see, this is a lot cleaner to me than using the flex option because the flex can be kind of confusing if you're doing it this way. So now if I take a look, this is way cleaner. Now it's easier to identify which one's which. So in this case, grid wins out to me. Anytime we're doing 2-dimensional, I really think grid is the better option, although it has a steeper learning curve. All right, so with this, we have our grid layout perfectly set up. However, if you take a look at the final application, we have some text right here and a block of text right here as well. So we're going to be creating a reusable component for each of these. So let's actually go and do that. So I'm going to open this up and we're actually going to create another component right above here. So I'm going to call this const trending card. And in this component, I want to pass in class name here over here. I'm going to pass an arrow function and we're going to have a return over here. And inside this return, I want to pass in the link component over here. Close this and we're going to have this we're going to have it set up like this. And inside our type props, I want to pass in class name like so with an optional params right here. So just in case if we don't want to pass in class name, we're going to keep it like that. But we're also going to call this trending card props We're going to have also props. Let's actually set up a props over here for this one. But over here, I want to pass in trending card props for our TypeScript. So we know that this requires or not requires, but optionally can include a class name if we want to. And then since each of these over here, we can click on them, we want to be able to have this link. So we're going to have it take us to the proper page. So I'm going to set this as class name. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the class name that we identified, like so. And then we're going to add our own. So we're going to do SM margin top of 0. So when we're on bigger screens, we're going to have a 0 margin top. I'm going to set margin top to be 7 if it's on smaller screens. I'm going to give it a block. We're going to give this a width of full, a height of 96. And then if we're on bigger screens, let's actually combine all of the bigger screen configurations. So we're going to set a height of auto if we're on bigger screens. And we're going to set this to be a position of relative. And over here, I'm going to set hover. If we hover over it, we're going to set the opacity. So it's going to become brighter to 70%, or it's going to be transparent a little bit. So if I go over here, I hover over it, you can see that we have this opacity. You can also make it smoother with a transition, but we're just going to keep it simple. So this is what we'll have. So we'll also have class name, and then we'll also set href. So this will take us to the particular post page that we're going to want to talk about. So right here, if you click on it, you go to this link. Let me open this up so you can see. It's going to take us to the domain name plus post and then post ID. So that's how the link will be categorized. So over here, as of right now, you can see we have an error, but we're going to be fixing that. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to set process.env.next public URL. So this is an environment variable that we have not set up. And I'm going to set this to post with post optional .id. So we're going to have a link over here, and we're going to have this to be post. However, this doesn't exist yet, and we're going to be handling this a little later. So I'm going to comment this out. And I'm going to just set this to href of home. We're just going to keep it simple for now. So we're going to keep this, and we're going to have it set like this. Inside here, I'm going to set a div tag and give this a class name with z0 inside, relative, width of full, and the height of full. All right, so the reason why we're doing this is that if you take a look back on our home page, we go over here, we want to be able to have the image in this section, but also this text is over the image. So it needs to exist above the image. So the image is going to be placed below it. So the image will be right here. And for now, we're just going to set this background to be white 900 or 500 so we can see this on our page. And over here, oh, by the way, you need to put an equal sign so we have that. So we have proper formatting. And over here, below this div, I'm going to add another div, and what we want is this. If you take a look at this image, I have this subtle gradient that goes down. There's like a black color at the bottom, and it goes to be more transparent at the top. So we're having a little bit of transparency at the top with a little bit of black. So it makes it look a little bit nicer. So we're going to add that. So we're going to say class name, and we're going to say absolute Z1 top 0, left 0, width of full, height of full, and we're going to give it the gradient color that we set. So background gradient gradual, like so. So if you remember, in our theme or Tailwind config, we've actually set this gradient gradual, which is a linear gradient. So we are essentially using that and placing this in this particular div. So that's kind of like a layer right above the image. So the image exists right here below it, and then this exists above. And the reason why this will work when we set width of full, a height of full, is because the parent component is set to relative. So when you set the parent component to relative, you can set a child component to be absolute, and that will position it by default at the top, and we want it to extend the entire width and the full height. So that will cover the entire thing. That's what this absolute class is essentially doing. And then from there, we're going to grab this div, and what we want to do is we're going to set this absolute to Z2, and I'm going to set this to be bottom 0, left 0, and we're going to give it a padding of 3 overall. So this is for the text, and I'm going to make it not self-closing. So I'm going to close this div, and inside this div, I'm going to have an h4 tag with class name. We're going to say inline block. So we have it with this section, so we don't have a full width. We can say a padding x of 5, py of 1, font semi bold. We're going to give it a background accent of orange, and then I'm going to set text width or white of 900. So that will essentially give us this text right here. So you see the yellow, the text is black right there with the background of yellow. And we're just going to, for now, we're just going to say category. We're going to be fixing it with the correct category later on, but we'll just say category. And over here, I'm going to say div. I'm going to close this. I'm going to call this a class name with text of white 100 and a margin top of 2. So that will represent this text below. And we're just going to say post title. Once we save it, we are still not using the trending card, so we want to use that instead over here. So I'm going to go down to these divs, and I'm actually going to select all of them with Command D or Control D, depending on your OS. I'm going to say trending card, and we are going to be saving that. And once we have that set up, you can see we have our grid with all the category, post title, and the hover opacity over here. So we can see all the images, we can see the text, and we have the title below. So perfect. All right, and then over here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select from here to the rest, and I'm just going to make it closing. So we have that set up just to make it a little cleaner. So we have our trending card all set up. We will do the images later, like I mentioned. I'll do all the images together, and you'll be able to see what I'm doing with that. And then finally, if you go over here, we can see right at the bottom, we have just a text that just basically describes a random message. So we're just going to add that. So that's just going to be a p tag, and we're going to say class name of text to be small, and we're going to add a random set of text over here. So again, this could be whatever text you want. I'm not going to go and type it out. So it's up to you to add whatever you want. And then over here, I'm going to close the trending. Now we're going to be working on the text section. So if I go down, you can see the text section right here, and we have our posts in kind of a weird layout, but it's another situation where we have to decide, should we use flex or can we use grid for something like this? And the answer is you can use either one for this one. This one is kind of complicated case. So I will basically show you how to do both. So if we go over here, I'm going to uncomment out tech, and we're going to go over here. We're going to import tech from app/home/tech. I'm going to save it. We're going to go over here. I'm going to add a file called tech.tsx. I'm going to do tsrafce, and we'll have our component. I'm going to save it. And inside here, I'm going to call this element section. And inside this section, I'm going to pass in HR, so class name of border 1. So we're going to have a horizontal line. So if I go down here, we're going to have a horizontal line that splits it. And the next thing I'm going to have is going to be a header. And we're going to have a div with a class name of flex with items center, gap of 3, a margin y of 8. And in here, I'm going to do h4. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to give it a background accent orange. So this is going to be like the little box again. So py of 2, px of 5, text of white 900. So it's going to be a black color. Give it a small text and a font bold. So now I'm kind of going through like these stylings pretty quickly because it's just styling. Like you can do it whatever way you want. So paragraph tag, I'm going to say latest news in technology. Oops, let me make sure I spelled that correctly. I'm going to give this a class name with font of bold with text 2XL, like so. So we're going to have this over here with the title and our category tag. All right, so for, again, this section right here, I want to do it in 2 different ways so I can show you and really drive in that, most likely you're going to use grid, but this case we can really use flex if we wanted to. It's just grid makes it much cleaner in the end, just to like figure out what's going on. So over here, I'm going to add a section called flex, and I'm going to say div like this, give it a class name of flex justify between items center. So like I said, this is the most common flex that I use. And over here, I'm going to say div, and I'm going to call this class name of background white 500, h of 96, basis of 1/2. And below this, I'm going to copy and paste it over here, and we're going to change a few things. I'm going to change flex column, and give it a gap of 3. And I'm going to get rid of the background white because inside our div, that's where we'll create our boxes. So I'm going to have a div over here. I'm going to give this a class name, bg white 500 with a basis of 1/3. So essentially we are splitting this vertically like this with 33% for each height. So this is the 100% of height. We're just splitting this in 1/3. So if I go back, I'm going to copy this 2 more times. If I save it, if you take a look, now we have our setup like this. So this is if you want to use flex. We have this particular div that represents this section, and then we have this div that represents these 3 guys. However, I want to show you grid as well, and I prefer grid for even something like this because it's still a little bit cleaner. So I'm going to copy this entire div as well as the closing one. We're going to have grid over here. So I'm going to say grid with grid calls 2, grid rows 3, gap of x of 5, and gap of y of 3. So what that means is that we're doing a gap in the x direction and a gap in the y direction. And we're going to say height of 96 with a margin top and bottom of 5. And inside here, I'm going to copy one of these div elements, and we're just going to change this basis 1/3. So instead, with the flex, we are going to have this. This is going to have a row of 3 and a column of 1. Because this is 2 columns, like I mentioned over here, we have 2 columns and 3 rows. So 1, 2, 3. So this particular box is 1 column and 3 rows. So that means we do column span of 1 with row span of 3. So I'm going to duplicate that and save it. And if we take a look, we have this box, and we're going to be doing the same thing with the other ones. I'm going to copy it 3 more times. And these guys, all of these, are going to be 1. And once we do that, we have the same layout we just used. So this is perfect. Personally, I like grid because you only have 1 level of divs. You don't have to nest them like in Flex you do or here. So this is still, to me, a lot cleaner. Now still, it doesn't look like this per se, because I believe this is, yeah, this is a little bigger and this is kind of like small. So we're going to make a few modifications. So I'm going to give this, if on larger screens, we want the grid. We don't want this for smaller screens. And we're going to increase the gap in the horizontal direction to 8, as well as the Y direction to be 8 as well. And the height is going to be dependent on the image itself. So we're going to get rid of the height. So we're doing this after the fact only because I wanted to show you guys both of these, make a fair comparison, but now I want to actually do it. So now, if you take a look, I have all these divs, but I want to be able to reuse these cards because we're going to be reusing a lot of these. So if I take a look, there's all these cards right here, 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 blah, blah, blah. So we're going to be making a reusable card for all of these. And there's slightly different variations. For example, like this one is slightly different from this, and as well as this one's a lot bigger. So we need to make some modifications specifically for that. And we'll do this with the single reusable component for the card. So if I go, and since this is going to be shared across many components, I'm going to create a new file over here. I'm going to call this card tsx. And inside this card, I'm going to do tsrefce, and we're going to be passing in props as we usually do. So inside here, I'm going to do top props, and we're going to pass in a number of properties. So I'm going to do class name of string, and then I'm going to pass in image height of string. We're going to pass in another Boolean. We're going to say is small card. So this is to determine if we're going to deal with the small type of image. And also is long form, meaning we just have a longer set of text. So that is what this Boolean represents. So this is all going to be represented over here. And so I want to pass in class name, image height is small card. And we're going to give this a default of false, as well as is long form. And we're going to say a default of false as well. So if we save it, we can see that we have our 4 props over there. All right, so in here, we want to make sure we pass in class name. So if we want custom class name from the outside of this component, we want to make sure we pass them over here. So we have the class name as the parent div element. And then inside here, I'm going to create a link tag with next. I'm going to close it, but in here I want to do class name with a basis of full, so it takes up the entire width if we're in a flex situation, because some of these cards we're going to use it for flex. And we also want to do hover of opacity 70. And by doing so, we can say href is going to be the default route, only because we are going to set up the post with the clicking of these cards at a later time. Inside the link, I'm going to do a div, and I'm going to give this a class name again. And I want to set this to be a relative with width of auto, margin bottom of 3, and I'm going to pass in image height as well. And I'm just going to call this image. So right now, we're not dealing with the image. We'll be covering that later. And then below this link, I'm going to say div. I'm going to pass in a class name with a basis of full. And again, I'm going to copy another link because we also want to be able to link on the title. So we have this, we can also click on the title and it'll take us to the same location. However, we don't need the class name, so I'm going to get rid of that for this one. I'm going to change this to be different, and I'm going to say this is an H4 tag. I'm going to say title over here. I'm going to pass in a class name, and in here, I'm going to say font bold, and give it a hover of text accent green. And when we have a small card, this is going to be different. So let me save this. And over here on the next line, I'm going to say is small card. I'm going to give this a ternary operator. I'm going to say text of base. So it's the default text size. And then we're going to do text of large if it's not. So depending on if it's a small card or not, this is going to be different. And actually, I made a mistake. This should be all in this bracket. So is small card text base like this. And then also I'm going to pass this over here. And we are going to pass it, if it's a small card, we need to clamp the lines to be 2 length. Whereas on bigger, we don't want that. I'm going to save it and it'll look like this. Now let me explain to you some of the things that are happening. So if we have a line clamp, so if it's a small card, we're clamping it to 2 lines. So over here, you can see we have a clamp in the title. So if we have any kind of long titles, so let me see if we have any long titles. It seems like we don't have any long titles. We are definitely clamping the description, but I haven't done that yet. But if the title was long enough, we're just going to clamp the length of it to be 2 lines. And also for small cards, like these are small cards, we're having the regular text for these small cards, whereas the large card, the text will be larger in comparison. All right, and then from here, I'm going to set a div. I'm going to call this class name, and I'm going to set this to be, if it is a small card, like so, I'm going to do a ternary operator. I'm going to say my of 2. I'm going to say flex of my of 3. And this should be a gap of 3. So again, these are slightly different styling. If it's a small card, we're going to do a margin y of 2. Otherwise, we're doing a flex for non-small cards. So some non-small cards are going to have a flex. And then we're going to have an H5. We're going to say class name, font semi-bold. And we're going to give this text of extra small. And this will represent the author. So that will be these guys right here. And then H6, we're going to have our date. And it will be a class name of, let's fix this. We're going to call this text of white of 300, text of XS, like so. So again, small cards, this is going to be on 2 lines. For large cards, it's going to be on the same line. That's what this flex is doing. And then finally, we have a paragraph, and this is going to represent the little snippet over here. And as you can see on the small cards, we have 3 dots and 3 lines clamped, whereas the long form, we're going to have this entire thing. We're going to have a longer text. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say this is text of white 500. I'm going to say is long form, like so. I'm going to give this a line clamp of 5, colon, line clamp of 3. And inside our paragraph tag, I'm just going to say snippet for now. So this will be our text. And with that, let's go back to tech And we are now going to be able to paste the cards as well. So I'm just going to call this, let's just say this is the large card, just to show you the difference. And I'm going to, let's actually modify this, and we're going to say card, and we want to pass it in from the shared component. So instead of it being shared like this, let's start it from app. So over here we have our card, but we're still missing some properties. So we are going to go over here. I'm going to say image height, and I'm going to say height of 96. And we're going to say is long form to be true. And let's make this self-closing instead. And let's actually see what we have. All right, so we have a background white with image, a title, an author, and a date. And this is the entire box. So this is how it will look like. And on bigger screens, it's going to split into 2 sections. So it looks like that. So these guys are going to be the same thing. It's just going to have smaller, different properties. So I'm going to call these small cards. And I'm going to give this different classes. So I'm going to say, or actually let's keep the column span, row span 3. Actually, this should be 1 for this. And we're going to say over here, margin top of 10. And for larger screens, we're going to give it a margin top of 0. We're going to say flex, justify between with a gap of 3. And then for the image height, this should be height of 48. And we're going to call this is small card. And we'll just keep it like that. Actually, we can get rid of these equal true for the is long form as well. So once I have that saved, we have this image. So if I go over here, we can see that it's basically split with the image, title, author, date, and then we'll have a snippet over here. And I'm not exactly sure why the snippet text is not showing. Oh, that's because it's the same color as the background. So let's actually, we do like 100. Yeah, then you can see the color for now. So let's go back to the tech page. We're going to copy and then paste this 2 more times. And then we should be able to see these 3 with the main large card over here. So as you can see, everything is snapping as expected. And if you notice, there should be something here, which is going to be the sidebar. That's why you see there's an open space. Whereas if you're right here, the sidebar would drop to the bottom of everything. So you're not seeing the sidebar here. All right, with that, we have our tech basically set up. So this is perfect. We're going to do the image later. We're going to get rid of the background later. If you take a look at the next section, it's going to be about the travel section. So now this one, you can see maybe we could do this in grid, but this one is actually good for flex because you just have one-dimensional layout right here. So one direction, we have a flex. And then right here, we can just do this as normal with flex horizontally. So in this case, it's better for flex because there's no grid in this situation. So we're going to go back. I'm going to close I'm going to go to page. I'm going to uncomment out travel, and we're going to import that. And I'm going to pass in home/travel. I'm going to save that. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a new file over here. I'm going to call this travel tsx. And I'm going to say tsrafce, and we have our travel component over here. And in this travel component, we're going to make this into a section like so. I'm going to say class name, and we're going to give this a margin top of 10. Let's save it. Let's actually see if we have this. So we have our travel section and a margin top of 10. Perfect. So in this section, we want to go inside our section, and we are going to do HR with class name of border-1. And then I'm going to close this like that. And then from here, we can reuse a lot of the code that we wrote. So if I go back to tech, we have our header section. So I'm going to copy and paste that over here right below the HR, and we're just going to change a few things. I'm going to call this let's say travel, and we're going to say the title should be new travel experiences. And instead of this being orange, we're going to make this green, so it's a little different. And the text should be white, like so. I think that's good. So if I save it, let's go down. We can see travel, new travel experiences. All right, and then from here, I'm going to go back to our grid section, and we're just going to grab this card and go over here in the travel section. And I'm going to call this cards row. So this represents the row of cards. I'm going to give this a div. And inside this div, I'm going to paste in the card that we got. I'm going to erase the letter D and then make sure I retype it so IntelliSense pops up. So I can import that. And I want this to be app instead, because it's a lot cleaner without the dots. And over here in the div, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to do SM flex. So on larger screens, this is going to be a flex box. I'm going to say this is justified between with a gap of 8. And we are going to have this particular card, and we're going to keep it background white of 500. We don't need the column span because this is just flex. I'm going to give this a margin top of 5 with for larger screens, we're going to set this to be 0 like this. Give this an image height of 80. And then I'm going to get rid of is long form, and we're going to set 3 of these like so. I'm going to save it, and we're going to see that we have these 3 things on smaller screens. But if it's like this, we have these cards. Now, it is not taking up the entire space. So instead, what we're going to do for each of these, we're going to do a basis of 1/3 like that. And I'm going to go down and then paste it. Make sure you have all of that spaced, and then save it. So now if I go over here, we can see that it takes up as much space as needed when it's on larger screens. So you can see that. And then finally, we have one more card right below on the final section. So this is going to be a little bit of a different layout, but we have accounted for that. So I'm going to grab the card again and then paste it over here. And we are going to give it different classes. So I'm going to just actually get rid of these classes over here. And I'm going to say, we're going to give this flex. By doing this, we are flexing these 2 images and this one. We're placing flex on this parent component. So you have these images, right? This is the image section, and this is the rest. So that's why it's going to be split into 2. We're going to have flex. I'm going to say justify between with items center with a gap of 3, margin top of 7, and a margin bottom of 5. Once I have that, we are going to have our image right there. So in this case, we don't have the background white because we're not placing it over here. But for now, actually I can just do that. And you can see we have our entire thing. It's just the image is over here on the left, the text, author date, and the snippet is on the right. So that is our travel section. And finally, the last part we're going to deal with for the homepage is going to be these other trending posts, which is going to consist of these components over here. And if you go on smaller screens, it's going to be all on one line. So we're going to have this other section. And we're going to be using grid for this section when it's on larger screens. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to page.tsx, uncomment under, and I'm going to import other from app, and we are going to put it in shared this time because we may use this later. So if I go over here, we're going to go into shared, create a new file, call this other.tsx. And I'm going to call this tsrafce, and this will be the other component. And this one is pretty straightforward, so we can use majority of what we had before. So if I go up here, I'm going to grab the section and the header, and I'm going to change this to section, and I'm going to pass in the header over here with the line with the border 1, and then over here we actually don't want, in this case we don't have a tag, so I'm going to get rid of this tag right here, and instead I'm just going to have this p tag right below, and we're just going to keep that and call this something else. We're going to say other trending posts. Make sure I have that closed correctly. So we have font bold, text 2L, and we also want to do a margin Y of 8. All right, and then from here we're going to create a div, and this is going to represent the post, and I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say on bigger screens we're going to set this to grid with grid of columns 2 with a gap of 16. And over here I'm going to paste in the cards. So I'm going to grab one of these. Actually, let's copy the large card. We're going to paste it over here, and we're going to make sure we import that, and it's in the same directory, so we're not going to change that. That's fine because this is obvious where it's located. I'm going to change this to be margin top. Actually, let's keep the background. I'm just going to erase the columns. I'm going to do margin top of 5, SM of margin top 0. So different margin tops depending on like the screen size. I'm going to give this an image height of 80, and we're just going to keep it like this. So we're going to have this particular card, and we want 4 of these guys. So I'm going to paste it like so, and we're going to save it, and let's double check if everything is working as expected. Other trending posts, we have 4 of these like so, with the image at the top and the text at the bottom. And if we open it up, we can see our trending posts all separated cleanly depending on the size of the screen. So perfect. So that is basically responsive layouts. So this application actually has some tricky layouts, and we've covered a lot of those. So with the grid and the flex, it covers a lot of these situations and how to do it with responsive styling. All right, and then from here, we're going to do the final 2 layout type stuff, which is like more CSS focused, is going to be the subscribe, and we're also going to do the sidebar over here. So we're just, this is all pretty straightforward, so we're just going to go through this pretty quickly. So over here, when you have, if you look at this, this is the actual sidebar. If you have a bigger screen, you can see the subscribe at the bottom, whereas this one also has a sidebar over here. So this only exists on larger screens, so we're going to do that. So I'm going to create a component called subscribe, and this is going to be in the shared file, and we're going to say subscribe.tsx, and over here we're going to go back. I'm going to close everything. We're going to go back to page, we're going to go back to the page component, and we're going to have our subscribe over here. We're going to uncomment that out so we have that, and we're going to import subscribe from app/shared/subscribe. So like here, and over here we're going to do tsrefce, make sure we have that correctly set. This is not going to take any props, so we're going to get rid of that. And in this subscribe, we're going to add a number of elements, but the parent component is parent element is going to have some classes. We're going to say text center bg white of 10 with px of 5, a padding of y in the up and down direction. Here I'm going to give it the h4 tag with class name, and I'm going to give this font semi-bold with text of base. I'm going to say subscribe to our newsletter with an h4 tag. Over here I'm going to do a p tag. I'm going to do class name, and I'm going to set text of white 500, my of 3, width of 5.6, mx of auto. So again, this is just going to be 5/6 width. So it's not the entire width, but it's close to the entire width. And we're going to give it some styling. We're going to say enter email address to get top news and great deals, like so. I'm going to do an input tag, and this input tag is not actually going to trigger any kind of functionality aside from being able to type. And we're going to set this class name to be text to be center with a width of 5/6 with a min width of 100 pixel, px of 5, py of 2, and a border of 2. And I'm going to give this a placeholder with an enter email address. And over here, I'm going to give it a button. Make sure it's closed with subscribe as a text. And this one is going to have a class name with a background accent red, text of white 10, font semi-bold, width of 5/6. So I know there's a lot of things, a lot of class going on right here. And then right here, we're going to do min width of 100 pixel, py of 2, px of 5, margin top of 3. So I know there's a lot of class names. This is just a lot of layout things that are going to give us our subscribe values. So as you can see, it doesn't exist, but right here we have it exist when it is on larger screens. So now we are missing some margin from the top, and I believe if I go back, I believe we did not add some margin to the bottom of the other. We don't want to put margin top on the subscribe because that will, we are going to be reusing the subscribe component elsewhere. So we want to just go back to the other component, and over here, I forgot a few class names. So I'm going to do class name. I'm going to say padding top of 4 and a margin bottom of 16. So if I do that, we have some spacing now between that and the subscribe, as well as some margin at the top. So now it looks pretty good to me. So that is our subscribe. All right, and the final thing we're going to do, if we go back to our completed application, we're going to have this basic sidebar that will exist on both pages. So it's pretty straightforward as well, just a bunch of layout stuff. We have our subscribe, social links, and some elements. So that's why we made both subscribe and social links reusable, because we're going to be reusing them in those locations. So if you go back, let's go to page.tsx. We're going to uncomment out the sidebar, and we are going to import our sidebar from app shared /sidebar, like so. We're going to add that, and I'm going to create a new file called this sidebar.tsx. In here, I'm going to call this tsrafce, and we're going to start filling this out. So this div should be a section. And in here, we're going to start with an h4 with subscribe and follow. So let's do h4. Actually, we can go back to, let's say, tech, and we're just going to grab this guy over here, or actually this h4 right here. So we just want to grab that instead, and that will give us a lot of the main styling. We just want to change a few colors. We're going to change this to white to be 900, so it's a black color. This one is going to be a close to white, so white of 50. I'm going to open this up a little more so you can see better. So text should be XS, font bold, and we're going to do text center. So we're going to be centering our text, and padding Y should be 3. And we are just going to call this subscribe and follow. Below this h4, I'm going to do a div. I'm going to give this a class name with my of 5, mx of 5. I'm going to call this social links. We're passing that in. I'm going to say is dark, like so. And then below this, I'm going to do subscribe, and we're going to pass that in, and I'm going to have a div. I'm going to do class name with background white, of 900 so we can see this. So this is going to be the advert image, like so. So we're just going to keep that. Again, we're going to do the images later. And once again, below this is going to be a text. So let me actually show you what we're doing. So basically we have the subscribe and follow, then we're going to do the about the blog. So that's why I copied this part to the same one, because it's exact same styling. So I'm going to say about the blog. And then we're also going to have another image right below it. And that's going to be the profile image over here. And we're just going to keep that for a placeholder. And then I'm going to copy this one more time, but we're going to have to modify this a little bit. I'm going to get rid of the background. Oops. I'm going to get rid of the background. I'm going to change this to 500. Then we have font bold. Text XS is not going to be there. And over here, I'm going to call this Jeffrey Epstein. And then below this, I'm going to do a paragraph tag, and we're going to call this class name with text of white 500, text center, text SM. And we're just going to add some text as well. So over here, let's paste that. We're going to save that, and we should be able to see if we have our sidebar set up. And we do. We have our about the blog, and it seems like the images right here are getting merged with that. So actually, let's kind of add some padding or margin instead. So let's just do margin Y of 8 over here, and same with over here. And then you'll be able to see that these black lines right here are going to be representing our images once we take care of that. But there you go. Open, we have our sidebar as well. So our sidebar is fully complete, but our homepage layout is fully complete. I know there was a lot of stuff, a lot of layout complexities going on with it, but we have our responsive design fully laid out and everything is working as expected. I know it's kind of a lot of work sometimes with CSS styling and making sure it's responsive, but if you want a nice website layout, this is what you need to do. So there we go. We have everything as needed. All right, now with all of that lame stuff with the CSS styling and the layout out of the way, now we can actually focus on creating server components and grabbing the list of posts. So to do that, we're going to have to get our database, which we're going to be using Prisma to interface with our MySQL database that we're going to be hosting on PlanetScale. So if you go to the link in the description below, we're going to go to PlanetScale and we're going to install the CLI. If you go to this particular link, we have the CLI over here, and you have instructions depending on your machine. I have a Mac, so I would have to install Brew in this case, but if you have Windows, you can install it via these instructions. So you're going to probably need Scoop, which I am not familiar with, but once you install it, we're going to have PlanetScale. So make sure you install that. I'm not going to do this on screen because I already have it installed and it's not going to do anything. So the next step after that installation, I'm going to close our server. And what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to write npx prisma init and make sure you're in your app directory over here. And it's going to ask you need to install the following packages, and you're going to say yes. And it'll give you a list of instructions. So set the database URL in the env. So we're going to have to do that. We're going to set the provider of the data source in our schema. Then we're going to have to pull and generate. So I'll do all these steps with you. But before we do that, let's actually install the Prisma extension. So if you go to extension, you can search for Prisma. So this will add syntax highlighting for your Prisma logic. So make sure you have that installed. I already have it installed, so I'm not doing it. After that, we're going to go to planetscale.com. So this is where we are going to be hosting our database of our website. Now, this is not where we're going to be hosting our server. We're going to be hosting basically just the MySQL database on PlanetScale, and it's going to be free for us. So if you haven't already, I want you to sign up to PlanetScale. I've already signed in. I have my GitHub on there, so I'm going to be doing that instead. But make sure you sign up for this. All right, once you're logged in, you're going to be seeing this page. It might be slightly different because you just created the account, whereas I already had this account. And you can just look through this. These are just tutorials, but we're just going to skip this. But we're going to just create a new database. I'm going to call this blog AI app. And over here, we want to choose a region that's closest to you. I think Oregon might be closer. So I'm going to create a database over here. All right, once your database is created, I want to do a brief rundown of everything over here. So I want to show you deploy request, branches, insights. These are all extra information that for deploy requests and branches that's relevant to your GitHub. Insights is relevant to just statistics or analytics if you want to see those. And then console is an important one where you can connect. And this is where you can make SQL queries so you can run queries on your database and get information on this particular database. Backups is backups, obviously. Settings is just a bunch of things, and you can like delete your database if you need. On the free plan, you can only use one database at a time. So just make sure you cannot create more than one database for PlanetScale unless you want to pay. And over here, we see the database. What we want to do is click this connect button and be ready to copy a username and password. So if I go click here, this username and password only shows once for this particular database. So if I close this, it's not going to be visible anymore. So you want to make sure you have this copied down in a very safe place. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this for now, and I'm going to go to the .env file that was created when you created your Prisma. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to just delete all the comments because I don't need those. And I'm just going to paste those two guys over here and comment those out just for the keepsake for now. We're going to have those just so we don't lose these guys. And then also you want to click connect with Node.js. It starts with PlanetScale CLI, but you want to click to Node.js, and you want to basically copy all of this down for the database URL, and then you can paste it into your code. So if I go over here, I can paste the database URL in this particular section. And we'll have all of these SSL reject authorization. You want to make sure you have all this. Also, this is something I mentioned. This is post editing after. I just want to mention, if you have any issues with that SSL cert, it might be different for depending on your OS. I don't think I mentioned that. So there is some links in the description below that will describe some of the SSL problems you might have, and you might want to make sure you're doing the right certs over here. So you can just see if this solves your problem in the location. And there's a GitHub issue as well that I linked just in case you have any issues with the SSL cert. So it might be different for you. So I wanted to try that. If you still have any issues, I have a Discord that is specifically, that has a channel or a discussion for each app. So make sure you can find this current app and you can go to that discussion section below, and then you can ask questions there. And one thing to note, and this caught me too. So if I go to the end of the URL string, we actually need to add SSL certification. This is to connect to PlanetScale securely. I don't know too much detail on what's happening here, but you need this for connecting from a local server. Now, if you are connecting when we are deploying on Vercel, which we'll do later, this will be different, and I'll show you what we need to set up. But this is something you need to add to your database URL, or else you'll get rejected. All right, then from here, I'm going to open up our Explorer. We're going to go to Prisma. I'm going to go to Schema. I'm going to erase this because we don't need the comments. Over here, I'm going to change the provider to MySQL because PlanetScale is offering MySQL, not Postgres. And then I'm going to say relation mode over here, and I have Prisma. And by the way, if you see all the linting, that's from the Prisma extension. If you didn't install that and follow the instructions on it, you're not going to see all the linting going on. And it's also going to like align things for you. And then from here, we're going to create our first table. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a model, and we're going to call this post. So in this particular table, we only need one model. So we only have one table, and that's going to be the post. We're going to keep it very, very simple, and we're just going to grab this particular information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say ID, and I'm going to say string, and I'm going to do @ID @default CUID, like that. So what it does is going to generate a random ID based on a unique ID generator that they have. And a lot of this information is in the Prisma schema file, or Prisma schema URL in Prisma. So you can look through all of this, and it gives you a lot of examples of how to set up your models. So it's very close to the model post. We're going to be doing something similar to this, but we're going to have our own little properties. So I'm going to do created at. So I actually can just copy this over here, but you can just look at my file just to see what's going on over here. But basically created at default now, and then it talks about updated. So these are two nice properties that is already configured. And then from here, we're basically going to do all strings. So the title is going to be a string, category is going to be a string, content is going to be a string, but we're also going to do @db.text. And the reason why we have to do that is this is for longer strings. Some longer strings cannot fit into these smaller ones, so that's why we need to set @db.text. Then we're going to do author, we're going to say string again, and then I'm going to say image, which is also string. We're going to say snippet, which is string as well, and I'm going to say @db.text. I'm going to save that, and it's going to automatically align, so we have our model post. And once we have completed our model, we're going to do npx prisma db push. And with that, if we go to planet scale, we can go back, close that up. I can go over here. We can see that we have a table. And to query our table, we can go to the console, and we can hit connect. And once we're connected, we can do show tables. And now you should be able to see post right here. Now there's nothing inside the post. And basically what I'm writing right now is SQL. But right now we have nothing, but we do have our properties. You see ID created, updated at, title, category, content. So our table is created. Now we just need to feed information into this database. So now to feed our table, I'm going to close both of these. I'm going to go over to Prisma folder. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this seed.ts. This seed.ts is where we're going to write or add our dummy data, but we need to do a few things. So we're going to import, let me close this. I'm going to import Prisma client from @Prisma client like this. And I'm going to say Prisma, I'm going to call this any because I'm not exactly sure what the typing is for the Prisma client. But in this case, we don't really need it, but I don't exactly know how to get the Prisma type. If you guys know, let me know. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to link in the description below to the dummy data because I'm not going to write all of this. However, you can go to the file and just copy all the posts, or you can copy this entire file as needed. But for now, I'm going to only copy the post array. So I have all of this copied over. And below this, I'm going to write this with you, even though you can probably just copy this. The only reason, just so you can see what the logic is to seed it. So we need to create a main function, and I'm going to say console log start seeding. So we start our seeding of the database, just so we can know when it actually does. And what I'm going to do is do a const post of posts. So this is looping through the array of posts, and what I'm going to do is await prisma.post.create, and I'm going to pass data as the post. So this will create our post for each of them. And I'm going to say console.log and say seeding finished. So that creates our function, but we did not invoke the function. So we're going to invoke it. I'm going to do .den. I'm going to have an async function over here. I'm going to say await Prisma dot $ disconnect. And it's pretty self-explanatory what that's kind of doing. And then we're also going to do .catch. So we're going to say async e, or e, yeah, e, something like this, with an arrow function. And we're going to say console.error. I'm going to pass the e in. I'm going to say await Prisma dot disconnect as well again, but this time we're going to do process dot exit. So what this is doing is basically we're invoking the function. We're going to disconnect after whether we catch an error or not. It's just in the error section, we're console logging it and we're exiting it. So this is our seeding process. So now we have our seed file. With that, we can go to the link in the description below where it talks about seeding your database. And a lot of these steps we already did. So I'm going to go down. We're going to go to step 3. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it. So we're going to be installing this to make sure everything works. Now, I already had this installed, so that's why you didn't see it taking that long. And then from here, we're going to go to package.json. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to copy this and paste it up here. And then we're going to run over here after we have that. And actually, no, this is incorrect. Make sure you don't do this one. We want to make sure we have this second one because this is for Next.js specifically. So we want to paste that in. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to run npx prisma db seed. And as you can see the start seeding message and it said seeding finished. And the seed command has been executed. So hopefully we can go to plant scale and we can see the database. And we can see the table. Right now, it doesn't show anything over here, but we want to go to console. We can hit connect. We can do show tables, make sure we have the post. And then we can do select all from post like so. And now, as you can see, we have all of this information being shown in our table. So we have all of this and we can see everything that's going on. We have the content, which is super long, author, image, snippet, and all of this information. So perfect. So we have everything seeded. It's all in our database for MySQL. I know there's a lot of steps to all of this, but it is all worth it. So we can see our console with our SQL query. But if you go back over here, instead we can do npx Prisma Studio if you want an alternate view of this of the website. So I'm going to move it over here, place it over here. Now we can see we have our post and it'll show you in a better format. So now it looks better over here. You can see all of the content that you have and then it's being cut off for some stuff so you can see and open, but this is a lot better. So if you have npx Prisma Studio, you have a server running and it'll show you all your database items. It looks way better than just making an SQL query. So this is very nice. And now with that, I'm gonna close out the Prisma Studio. I'm gonna close this terminal. Now we can actually finally write code for Prisma client in our actual code instead of just running it on the server, because now we have our database. Now we just need to connect it into our code base. So if I go to app API, we're going to create a new file over here. I'm going to call this client.ts. So I'm going to put this not in the folder right here, but I'm just going to put it over here. So this file, we want to only start up our Prisma client once throughout our entire application. It's possible that you can run all these Prisma clients for each route, but we only want to use one of them. So that's why we are going to have this particular file. It's for setting up our Prisma client. So I'm going to do import Prisma client from app Prisma client over here. And what I'm going to do is let Prism be Prisma client. And I didn't put an E on purpose. Now, a lot of what I'm going to do is not TypeScript based because I have some any's. I know some people want to type everything, but I am unable to figure out what the typings for some of this is. So let me know if you figure that out, because I don't want to deal with it. So sometimes it's just hard. It's just a pain to find certain types. So it's just not worth trying to look for it, because sometimes it doesn't really help anyways. So over here, I'm going to say if we are in the production environment, we're going to set Prisma client to be our regular Prisma client. However, in other environments, we're going to set it like this. So if global doesn't exist, but the problem with global is that it is, I'm not exactly sure what the type for that is. So that's what I'm not sure of. So I'm going to keep that. If this doesn't exist, we're going to set global as any.prisma is equal to new Prisma client, like so, and we're going to run that again. However, if none of that, we're just going to say prism is equal to this value over here. So it's just going to initialize if we need to. Otherwise, we're going to have Prisma client. So it only initializes if needed. And what I'm going to do is export const Prisma is equal to prism. So now we can export Prisma. That's why I just call this prism. Maybe a better term is I'm just going to select all of these, just for the sake of variable. I'm going to select all the prisms. I'm going to call this Prisma init. It's just a better naming. That makes sense. But either way, this is what we're going to be using to call our Prisma database. So this is basically our initialization. And from here, now we can directly call our database anytime we want. I know there was a lot of steps to setting up our Prisma or Planet Scale, but now we fully have a MySQL database that we can call and grab information from the backend and also make queries on there. So now with our Prisma setup, now we can actually use the power of NextJS and NextJS 13 with server components, which is probably the biggest upgrade to NextJS. So if I go to API, this is our backend essentially. So normally when you are calling the backend, you would create an API point that will call our database. It will call Prisma in that route. So we would have like a folder called posts. However, we don't need to do that because we can call this directly in a server component. So if I go to page, we can actually make our API call to the database in Prisma directly in this particular file. And we can create a server component that will render our files. So actually let's start writing some code and I'll explain everything and it'll make a lot more sense to you as we build it. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some code I'm going to create a function called getPosts. This is going to be an async function. And I'm going to do an arrow component like this. So in this function, we're going to do posts, and I'm going to do await Prisma, and we want to make sure we grab it from the correct folder directory, which is the API. So I'm going to say this is app API instead to make it cleaner. So we're going to have that. And over here, we're going to do post and then find many. So this is going to grab all the posts that are existing in our post database. And it's all conveniently set up just for how you want it. And so if you take a look, TypeScript is able to figure out that this is a post, an array of posts in here. So it's basically typed to be array of posts. And that comes from Prisma client. Now you can explicitly type it like that, but this is already how it kind of works. So I'm just going to erase this to keep it simple. So Prisma client provides like the typing of the database, and you can see all of this is already set up for us. So now I can just basically return posts. And how do we connect this to our front end? So if I do that, what I need to do is I'm going to make this component async. So by doing this async, we are creating server components. And so to use this, I would just use it like you normally would. So you do post, and we would say await get post. So this is essentially a server component. So with this, we actually have our posts. Now, normally you would think, oh, okay, if I do a get post, you would typically do like a fetch call. You would call your backend and you would grab your data from the server, which would also call the backend database. But in this case, we directly call our database over here, grab the information, and then we can use it for our front end. So let me console log this so you can see that it's basically working. So I need to make sure I run the server. So I'm going to do npm run dev, and we're going to go to our local host. I'm going to refresh this, and you can see the console log actually doesn't show up in the browser console log. It shows up in our server terminal. So the server that's running, you can see that we just got our list of posts over here, and it's kind of, there's a lot to it, or there's a lot of information, so I'm not going to go through all of it, but we have our post in our terminal. So this is very different. So we are essentially grabbing information in the backend and rendering those components on the front end. So let me explain how this is essentially working, because it's a little, this is the biggest difference between Next.js 13 and 12, and then also all of React. So what you're doing with these components is that on the server, on the backend, we are grabbing the information. Once we grab all the information, we are pre-rendering the components on the backend, not the front end. We're rendering them on the backend, and then we send the completed components to the front end. So this has some performance benefits of always having like a rendered component, and you can always render out certain parts of the page using server-side rendering. So in other words, some parts of your website can render a lot quicker and other parts can render slower because some of them are more dynamic. If you have more dynamic components, I'll show you later, but we're going to have more dynamic components where you can click and do a lot of interactions. In those cases, you cannot pre-render because it's dynamic. You have to have, JavaScript running. However, for components like this, where you're just displaying information, you can pre-render that information because it's not dynamic. You can just send the compiled HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and you can have it render on the front end by sending it. And that allows for performance benefits in various locations. You can also do caching. You can do all these, performance benefit type things that will make sites that require like SEO optimization or performance optimization. It'll help those sites perform better. And that's what Next.js is all about, or Next.js 13 especially is about. All right, with that, I'm going to close this terminal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to format these posts over here. So we have different posts for trending, tech, travel, other. So trending is just going to be the first 4. Now, typically you would have some kind of algorithm that determines what is trending, or you can just do some calculations. But for us, we're just going to do the first 4 posts. And then after that, we're just going to use different categories, and we're going to categorize the other ones in different ways. So we're going to do const format posts, do an arrow function. I'm going to say const trending posts, and we're going to say this is an array of singular posts. So if you remember, posts should come from the Prisma client, so we can just pass that in, and I can say an array like that. And I'm just going to copy and paste this 4 times. So we have 4 different arrays. So I'm going to say tech posts. This one's going to be travel posts, and this one's going to be other posts. And below this, I'm going to do posts for each. I'm going to pass in post and make sure I have the typing of post as well. I'm going to pass in the number for the index, and I'm just going to loop through using if I is less than 4. So we have for trending posts, we're going to do trending post.push. So we're going to push those particular posts in this. And then we're also going to do if post, and if post exists, so post needs to exist first. We're going to say category is equal to tech, because that's the category we set some of them to be. So I'm going to say tech posts dot push, and I'm going to push the post in there. And I'm going to do else. I'm going to paste what I just copied, but this is going to be travel, and this is going to be travel posts as well. And then from here, I'm going to do the same thing, paste the if statement, and this is going to be interior design, and this is going to represent the other category. So I'm going to just do other posts dot push. Now this is not perfect. This is just kind of like us organizing our data because this is not a real project, but this is just to keep everything more simple. So now we have our particular posts. Now we need to grab each of these posts, or grab each of these array, and we're going to destructure them. So I'm going to do const trending posts, tech posts, travel posts, other posts. I'm going to do format post like so. And it seems like I forgot to do a return. So if I do return over here, I'm just going to copy this entire array that I destructured. And so now this should not have an error. So we have all of these posts being passed out, and we're just going to pass in each of these to the correct component. So I'm going to pass this over here, and it's going to look like that. And right now trending doesn't account for these. So let's actually go to trending component, and I'm going to pass the trending posts over here. I'm going to say array of post, and make sure we import that using IntelliSense. So we have our trending post. We need to make sure we destructure it to grab the trending post over here. And I'm going to go down, go over here in the trending card, and we want to pass the data over here. So I'm going to do post is equal to trending posts 0. And I'm going to copy this over. And we're going to modify our trending card, don't worry. So I'm going to paste 3 sections over there with 1, 2, and 3. So we're passing all 4 posts in there. And we're going to go to our trending card now. I'm going to say post is equal to post like that, because now it's singular. We're going to pass the post in, and we're going to pass the post information over here. And now we can actually pass this into our href. We do need to identify what this is. So I'm going to go over here to our Explorer. We're going to go to our .env, and we're going to identify our public URL. So we're going to say next public URL, and it's going to be http://localhost:3000. So this is for the development environment. When we deploy it on Vercel, this will be different, but we'll configure our environment variables in that situation later. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back to trending. So now this should be able to go to that particular URL once we set up the routes and things like that. But for now, we're just going to keep it like this. And then I'm going to go to our section where we have category. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pass in post, and it has to be question mark just to make sure our post exists. And then over here, I'm going to do post question mark dot title like so. And for now, we're going to ignore the image because we have the image URL in the post. So if you take a look, we have the image string, but we're not properly passing it in. So we're going to wait for us to pass in all the posts first to get all the information, and then we'll deal with the images, because the image is its own huge topic. So I'm going to save this. And now, as you can see, after I refreshed it and saved it, we can see we have the category, we have the title over here, especially in these trending cards. Now we haven't modified these, so we'll do that next. All right, so now I'm going to go back to page.tsx. I want to note one thing about this. So if you go over here, we have the get posts. Now, typically when you use NextJS 12, you have this option of doing server-side rendering or revalidation, meaning we refetch the data every maybe like 60 seconds. We can probably do that. And that is for specifically, for example, the reason why you would do that is you want to make sure even if someone stayed on this page for a very long time, they'll have the latest information at least every 60 seconds. So because you don't want to do it every second because that's too much. It's going to put a lot of strain on your end and also their computer. But you also want to make sure they have the latest data. So revalidation, which is what they call ISR, incremental static regeneration. You want that to happen every once in a while. So you can probably do export const revalidate. So this is what's called server segment configs. And I have a link in the description below to describe this. Now this is supposed to revalidate every 10 seconds, or actually usually you want 60 because 10 is too much. You want to revalidate every 60 seconds, but I have not confirmed that this works. I've seen some posts. I have a link in the description below where they discuss this issue. Like, I'm not exactly sure if I'm doing this correctly, but I believe this is how you write this in this particular folder if you want to revalidate this particular information every 60 seconds. But if you know the trick or if I'm doing this incorrectly, please let me know. But this is specifically for that scenario. So anyways, with that in mind, I want to go to tech posts and I want to pass that in as well. So over here, we're going to do the same thing, pass that in to our tech component. So we're going to open that up. I'm going to pass that in over here. We're going to have an array of posts. Make sure you import that over here. And then we want tech posts from here as well. And we can go in and we can check and go down over to our cards. So if I go over here, I can say post is equal to tech posts 0 for the first one. And we have not added the post yet for the card. And over here, I'm going to do post is equal to tech posts 1. And we're going to do the same thing for these two guys. We're just going to change the numbers over here. Once I have that saved, we're not going to see any changes yet because this is problematic. So if you go to the card component, I can go up here. I can say post is going to be post. Again, we're going to have to import that for our TypeScript. I'm going to pass in post over here, and I'm going to use the post to grab information. So I'm going to do destruction for this one because we have a lot of information. So I'm going to do ID, title, author, created at, image, snippet, and then post, like so. And what we need to do is add the date. So I'm going to do date is equal to new date and created at. So we need to format the date properly. So to do that, we create a new date object. We're going to do options. I'm going to pass in year, colon, numeric, numeric, change that. I'm going to do month. I'm going to switch this to be long. I'm going to do day. I'm going to change this to numeric as well. And we're just going to set this as any because I couldn't find a way to get around this problem for locale dates. So I'm going to do formatted date is equal to date dot to locale date string. And we need to format our date that comes from the backend to the proper format. And formatting dates is not always easy. So we're just going to pass in options over here. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get this to be a different type that would work with this, but I could not figure out the proper one. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go down. We're going to check href, and the href should be our proper URL. So we're going to do href. Actually, let me put this on a separate line so it's easier. So href is going to be equal to, we can actually probably, it might be better to just go over here to the trending page or trending components. And I'm going to copy this guy over here. Sure, I go to the card component. I'm going to paste it. So now this should be identical because it should automatically take you to the correct URL. And again, like I said, we're going to skip doing our image right here. So I'm going to go to the title, and the title has the same exact URL. So I'm going to copy and paste it over there. And then in here, I'm going to put curly braces around this title because now we destructured it so we can grab it. So I'm going to do the same thing for author and then as well as date. And actually this should be formatted date now. And then also the same for snippet. So I'm going to save all this information. And let's actually check everything is expected. And with these cards, we have our information now. We have our title, it has a URL. The image has a URL as well. And then we have our author, we have our formatted date, so it looks nice. And then we have our snippets. So we have all this information. Everything is aligned. We apparently have invalid date for these ones because we have not passed the information to these correct components, but we did that for tech. So this is expected. So now we're going to go back to our page and we're going to pass in travel posts, and we're going to do the same thing for all of these. So I'm going to go over here. I know this is kind of tedious, but we'll just make do. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to put travel post, and this should be an array of posts. So I'm going to pass that in. I'm going to grab the travel post over here, and we're going to save it. And now over here, we can pass the post into these cards. Now it's screaming at us because we didn't pass it in. So I'm going to say post is equal to travel post 0. I'm going to copy and paste this for the other two. So 1 and then 2, and then for the final one as well, and this should be 3. So I'm going to save that, and it seems like we don't have our travel post working properly, and that's probably because I didn't save it over here. Yeah, so once we have that, we can go to our travel section, and we should see the same thing. And then we'll do the same thing for other, and we'll try to do this quickly. So I'm going to go over here, other, paste it in here, paste it over there. We're going to go to our other component. I'm going to paste other posts over here. We're going to do array of posts. Make sure we import that, grab the other post, and then we're going to pass those posts in here. So I'm going to do post other post 0, and then I'm going to make sure we do the same thing for all of these. So 1, 2, 3. And we should see everything for our trending posts or other. Perfect. So we have all the information for all our posts and all our cards. So now the next thing we're going to have to set up is going to be the actual images. And now we can finally talk about our image and the image component from Next.js. Now I personally wish there was a little bit more examples in the Next.js documentation. I know Vercel puts a lot of work into their documentation, but I wish they had a lot more complete examples. They have like snippet of examples, but they don't have complete examples of all the different scenarios that you might encounter for something like the image component. And I was led into this rabbit hole of trying to understand what's happening with Next.js image components and how it optimizes your project. So I will show you all the little details about the image component itself. So if you take a look at this project, right? So what's happening with these image is that Next.js with their image components will try to optimize your images depending on your screen size. So for smaller screens, you only need smaller images. You don't need a huge 3,800 pixel wide image. Otherwise, it's going to slow down the website for smaller screens for mobile devices because they don't have as much processing power, or maybe better, they have worse internet connection than someone on like a desktop. So if you take a look on what's happening on this particular website, right now you're not going to see any calls, but if you go over here, the images, depending on the screen size, will go and show, will have a smaller screen or a smaller image will be loading for a smaller screen size. So if you open this up, you would see an extra network call for these images if you have a larger screen size. So you would see this happening in real time. And I'll show you how this happens because I don't have, this is all cached, so I don't have all of the available information to show you this, but I'll show you when we're setting this up. And that is part of what the image component is going to be doing for us in Next.js. Another thing is going to be a placeholder blur for when we load our images. So if you can see briefly, if I just do slow 3G, it's going to load up slow, so meaning I'm replicating internet slow. So there is a placeholder that we can set to be blurred out before the real image comes. So if your images are large, it'll take some time for it to load on slower devices or slower screens, but this placeholder makes it kind of look nice. So I'll show you how to do that as well. And then we're also going to take care of like the fill and how these kind of, when you're dealing with media queries and responsive design, the images are very hard to handle sometimes. And we can see that they move in a way that fills properly. So like you have the image and it fills the size as we need depending on the width of the screen. I'll also talk about a little about loaders and a few other things. So this is all essentially image optimization, and as you can see, there's more network requests as we go down. So the image only loads as needed. It's already lazy loading only when it needs to. So a lot of the image optimization from Next.js 13 image component is very nice, but it's really it's really complicated. But I'll show you everything that you need to know. So let's close this and let's actually get started. So the first one we're going to handle is going to be the trending component and the trending cards. So if I go to the trending component over here, I can go to the trending card, and this is where we have our image placeholder for now. And what we want to do is we're going to change this. So we're going to get rid of the background white 500. And in here, I'm going to change this to an image component from next/image. So you need to make sure you import that correctly. And then over here, I'm going to close this. And there are two ways to do the sizing. So now there is the way that you can just set the width to be like 300 and then height 500 if you want to have like a very specific width or height. So that's one way, but another way is to do fill, and you cannot do both. You have to do either or. So fill will fill the image to the container size, and we set this to relative with the width of full and height of full so we can make sure this is responsive. So you need to do this. You need to do this section if you want to use the fill. Otherwise, it's going to complain to you that the parent component is not relative, or width is full, or height is not full. So you need to make sure you have this fill option. And then from here, I want to set the style to be object fit. So if you know how images work, you can do object fit cover. That's how I'm getting that it like crops when the screen size is dependent. So the only issue with this method is that it depends on your image. So if you have important image detail, like if you have like another person right here on the left side, let's say if I open this, if you have an important person on the left side, it's going to get cut off when you go to like smaller screens or adjust the screen size. So it's possible that it might not be the best fit, but it does it preserves a proper, image size, and you'll have the proper ratio. Otherwise, you can do the other methods, which will like stretch and shrink depending on what you prefer. So there's a lot of options, but this is all more like vanilla CSS kind of thing. But you need to set the style to be object fit. There used to be in the old image component before NextJS 13, they used to have an object fit like this, but as you can see, it's deprecated. They have a cross mark, making sure you don't do it that way. So you want to make sure you have the style. So don't get confused if you like search on Stack Overflow how to do that. And then we're also going to set the alt to be text. So this is just a description of the image. So for this one, we're just going to have it alt. You want to be more descriptive of each particular item, but for now, we're going to keep it like that. And then also we're going to set the source to be post.image. So we can set it like that. And let's just save it and see if we have our images, and we do. So we have our images. Everything is working as expected. So let's, as you can see, we have it cropped. But if you go to smaller screens, as you can see, what happened was it disappeared. But why did it disappear? Let's actually open this up. Let me disable cache so we can see that we have our image essentially loading. And then we seem to have, all right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and click the image over here. We'll take care of the post and all of those other later. But if you take a look, we have an image right here. So right now we have 828 width. So if you take a look, what NextJS is doing by default is setting these pixels to the optimal one that it thinks this screen size might need. But if I start opening it up, you're going to see more image requests come in, and this is going to be 1080 for this case, and then 1200 for wider screens. And we're going to continue, and it's going to keep going up and up as the image size needs. So we are going to 1920 for these scenarios. And then for some reason we have 48. Oh, that's for the social media links. But for this is 1920. So we can keep going, and it's probably going to, get a few more. So you can't see it, but that's 2048. So this is what NextJS is doing by default. However, sometimes this width setup is not ideal, and you probably want to set up your own sizes directly. So if you see this image with source, ignore these get files. We'll take care of this as well. But if you take a look at this image with source assets, something like this was detected as the largest contentful paint. Please add the priority. You can add that if you want, but most importantly is the fact that we have these images, and we probably need to set up our own sizes as well. So now we also want to do that placeholder blur I mentioned, which is if we reload the page and the website is not up, let's disable cache. Let's do fast 3G. So if you take a look, it's just empty, and it just kind of goes in. For slower computers, or for fast computers or fast internets, this is not a big deal. But if you have a slower internet, it's just like an empty image for a very long time. So one way of fixing this is to use placeholder blur. So as you can see, it kind of goes in very slowly. So it's a bit ugly. You don't have to have it, but you can do it if you want like a more optimal experience for the user. So what you can do is you can set the placeholder to be blur. However, we're going to run into a problem, and we're going to be missing the blur data URL property. So this is a URL if you want to import outside like a little smaller image, and you would have to like manually downsize the image and blur it yourself, or you can do an alternative way, maybe like use a different website that will do this for you. But there's a slightly better way that's kind of inherent that you can kind of do. So if I go back to page.tsx, the problem with what it normally does, it won't ask you if to do the blur data URL if you're doing static image import. So what that means is if I import my image, like let's say like import image asset from, or sorry, import asset like 5 or 1 from like /assets. If I can find the file, like I can do something like this and I can import it. If you pass the image directly into here directly like that, then placeholder blur will be fine. However, post.image, this is actually a string. So what we're putting in here is a string, not a static import like I mentioned over here. So this is a static import. However, the problem with this is we cannot do it that way. We cannot pass it directly in here because we're grabbing post information from the backend. So that only happens when we are at runtime. So before we get to that point, we cannot do static import because we are grabbing the post information and we are using that as a string. So there is an alternative way to do this. And that is if you go to our get post, we can format the post to become a static import instead. So the way we do this is a little roundabout way, but it works. It might slow it up a little bit, but the blur image comes in right away. So the way I do this is await promise.all, and what we're going to do is we're going to grab all the posts, we're going to map it. I'm going to grab each post like this. Make sure I have posts like that, and then I do arrow function, and what I'm going to do is create an image module variable, and what I'm going to do is require, and I'm going to do /public $post.image. So we're passing the image string and we're requiring it. So we're grabbing the static image import and we are returning it as the image. So we're modifying our post to have a different value. So this is no longer a string, it is the static import instead. So this is how we format it properly so that we can use for our posts. So I'm going to set this to be formatted posts like this. So now, as you can see, we have our placeholder blur that's coming in. So that is essentially a very nice thing to have with our components. So let me close all of this. So again, placeholder blur, we no longer have an error because we changed this to a static image import. I think this slows it down just a tad bit, but I'm not entirely sure. It feels like it's fine. But either way, we can see that we have the placeholder blur going in. So if I do, let's say, fast 3G, you can see the placeholder blur comes in very close. So we have like a little bit of request with a width of 8, so it's a very small URL, and then we get the 1080 and then the bigger sizes. Now I know there was a lot about the images. There's still a few more things that I want to mention, and they're a lot more quicker. So here you can see it's automatically prepared for us, and it's already set up to do the way it automatically optimizes it depending on the screen size. However, you can also set it so you are setting up the media queries itself. So you can do sizes, and you can set it up with your own media queries. So if I do max width of 480 pixel, something like this, and I do 100 viewport width, you can set like the image sizes that it comes in. And I'm going to set this up for this project that was optimal. So this is going to be a lot of trial and error to figure out the proper images. But since we're kind of just mostly trying to get this website up to the optimized mode, then we are just going to have to set this up pretty quickly. So I'm going to do max width. I'm going to set this to 1060 pixel, and we're going to set this viewport height to, or viewport width to 50, and the default one is going to be 33 viewport width. Now I'm not fully sure how this fully works, but it gets a little more optimization out of it. So if you do this, it's going to get a little better optimization. So this is 1080. If I go down, we'll probably have a smaller one if we import it over here. So this is like 384. We can do something like that, and we can increase it as well. We have 828. I'm not exactly sure why this one has issues, but maybe because I increased the size too quickly. But yeah, so it's a little more optimized if you do it this way. So as I saw it, it was a little bit faster than from what we had before. So I'm gonna change this to no throttling, keep it to the default. Now there is also like an image loader. So by default, Vercel uses their own image loader. So they have like something like a loader component property, and then you can set up your own loader yourself for the image optimizer. So you know, the thing that is changing all these images. You would want to do that if you're loading up a lot of images, because if you're using Vercel to do that, they can start charging you, and it's a lot pricier than some certain options if you use it too much. So just be aware of that option. All right, hopefully that image component explanation was very helpful, because this took me a long time to figure out what's happening and how it works. And it's very, very nice. It's just, I wish there was better explanations. Like, I wish there was better examples. For me, documentation is all about examples. Like, I want a working fit example for these different scenarios, but they do just like give a lot of words and explain a lot of those things. And it's kind of tough to like figure out how you need to set these things up. So image examples are just way better in my opinion. So I hope the Vercel team can like act on that, make sure there's more examples so people can just right away use these images. Anyways, let's go back. We go to page, and then we're gonna go to, let's go to Navbar. I'm gonna go to our Navbar, which is over here, and we wanna fix this particular image over here. So I'm gonna go down, and again, this is relative. So we can do fill for the image below. And actually, let's go back to trending, and I want to just copy this image component because it makes our lives easier. So if I just copy and paste it, I'm going to import the image from next link. Let's see, yeah, it's already imported. So if I have the image component right here, I'm going to place an advert image. So in this case, we don't need to do the static import. We can just pass the image from directly using static image import like this. Assets, add one.jpg. Let's make sure you have that. So now we can just import this directly, and we don't have to really worry about it. We just pass it, add one in there directly like that. And we're just going to call this advert one. We're going to keep everything the same to keep it simple. If we save it, now you can see we have our image over there. All right, so now we're going to do the same thing for our card component. So if I copy this from the image, I'm going to go to my card component, and inside this div, I'm going to paste the image component. And I believe the image component is not imported, so we're going to import that. And everything should be pretty much identical. We can just get rid of the post because this one has a destructuring of the image. So we have our sizes, style, object fit, cover, things like that. So if we save it, we're going to be able to see our image. Now we still have this background color, so that is going to be in the text section, I believe. So if I go to the tech, I'm going to find where we have a background like this. So I want to get rid of this and save it. And then our color for the snippet is not correct because I changed it. So I'm going to say go to card. We're going to go to snippet, and this should be 500 in the snippet section. So we save it. Now the color is very nice. So now we should do the same thing for travel. So if I go back and close all of this, we're going to go to our travel component. And this is why sometimes it's just nice to have it all in the same file, even if you get like very long React components, because sometimes if you encounter a situation where you're just bouncing back and forth between files, it can be a pain. So it's up to you. And it's like a judgment call that you can make. And there's no right or wrong answer at times. It just depends on your preference and your team. So I'm going to save that. And as you can see, everything is good. And we need to do the same thing for trending. So if I go over to the other section, I want to get rid of the BG White 500. Once we save that, now you can see we have our posts and everything is working as expected. Perfect. So now the few things left is going to be the sidebar. I believe there's an image. And then, yeah, I think that covers all our image sections if we just do the sidebar. So let's do that very quickly. So we're going to go to our page, go to our subscribe component, and we are going to be, or actually not subscribe, sidebar component. So once we have it here, we have our image placed over here. So we're going to go over here, and I believe we need to import our image like this, and we can go up here. We're going to import add to from /public/assets/add2.png. And I want to make sure we import that to our image. And then over here, we have another one right here with the profile image, and we want to paste it here. But this one, we're not going to do all of this fancy stuff because this is just going to be, we want this to be have a specific width and a height. So the way I'm going to do this one is I'm going to set this width to be 500 pixel, a height of 250 pixel, because this one doesn't look good if it's kind of stretched and it's trying to fill. So I'm going to save this, and I'm just specifically doing it for this case. And I'm going to just import about profile from /public/assets. I'm going to do about profile.jpg like so. And I'm going to pass this in over here in the source right here. Make sure we have that. We're going to have alt, and this should be about profile. And this one, we don't, we can keep the placeholder blur. Just get rid of the fill, because this one's not going to be a fill based. And because of that, we're not going to need our sizes. So we're going to keep just these guys. And then I believe I forgot to change this. So this is going to be advert-2. And this one is actually width of 500. As you can see, it's just taking up the entire screen. So this is not properly set. So we're just going to directly place our width and the height directly. So we're not going to have a fill, because this one is more of a just have a very specific width height type kind of deal. And then also I want to add a class name for this specific one. So I'm going to do class name, and I'm going to do hidden md::block my8 with a width of full. So this is just extra styling. We don't want any of that as well. So we can just keep it like this. So if I take a look, I'm going to see if we have our sidebar, we have our advertisement, we have our image. So if I go and scroll this up, the sidebar will go over here, and it seems like we kind of have it messed up. So let me see what's happening. So this one at the bottom, we actually need to set this to be flex and justify center. So that's what I kind of missed. And then we also have the margin Y of 3, and then everything else. We don't have the advertisement because it will kind of look weird if you have it on the small screen. So we're just going to have the advertisement displayed when it's on the big screen. So we have the ad, we have the image, everything is looking pretty good with our images. So hopefully that clears up the image component. I had a lot of problems when I was trying to set it up, and I wasn't sure how to use it. So hopefully you guys have a good understanding. And if I did miss anything, or if you know something about the image component that I do not know, please leave a comment. I want to know as much as possible about this image component to use for Next.js. All right, so the next thing we're going to be building is going to be this individual post page. And this individual post page will have breadcrumbs, category, title, and basically this content over here underneath. And we're also going to be able to edit, and the edit is going to have a lot more functionality. We can edit the title, and then we can edit the content. We also have this awesome editor for the text as well. So we can make this italicized, we can bold things, for example, like this. We can change all of this, and we can save it as well. If I hit submit, it's going to save it into our database. However, I stopped my database, so it's not going to save. So over here, also, I can say if I want to know what type of writer do you want. So this is pretty cool. With AI, you can say, or with Openai, you can set a type of writer and how you want them to write. So if I click this, we're going to generate AI content over here, and we're going to have a little blog post about this. So now there's only 3 lines, and I'll tell you why I only have 3 lines, and this is only because we are deploying on Vercel and we want to keep things free. If we upgraded to a different plan, we can make this longer on Vercel. The problem is Vercel, not Openai. So if we wanted it longer, we would be capable of doing that. But for now, we're just going to have a 3-line, generate AI content for this. So this is very cool. And you can see, can't wait to book my first flight with all the money I don't have. So this is written by a sarcastic, witty individual. So it's basically writing in that tone of voice. And then we can also cancel the editing, so we can keep the old one. So it just depends on if you want to keep the information. So that is how we are going to do this editing. And I'll show you everything step by step. All right, so I'm going to close this up. We're going to go back to our code, and we're going to go in, we're going to look for post. So now we're going to actually handle dynamic IDs. So if you take a look at this URL, we have a dynamic ID. So we have /post/ID. So we can do that easily in NextJS. And the way we do this is we have a folder in here called ID in square brackets. And I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this page.tsx. And this page.tsx is going to we're going to do tsrafce. I'm going to call this post. And with this post component, we're going to be adding all the things that we need. So first, we're just going to set up the layout. And the way we are going to do the layout is going to be very similar to what we had in the page. So I'm going to go over here. I'm actually just going to copy everything that we have over here, and then we can make our modifications. Because most of the sidebar is going to be the same and some of the other aspects. But we don't need stuff like trending. We can delete all of these guys over here. And in here, I'm just going to remove this. We have basis 3/4, and I'm going to change this to a content component. And over here, we'll have our sidebar. And the way we do this for the dynamic ID, we can grab information from the params variable. We're also going to make this async. So this is going to be a server component. And over here, inside here, I can say params, curly braces, ID to be string, like so. So this will be our type. And what we're going to do over here is I'm going to grab the ID from the params. And that's how we grab the ID of where the user is grabbing information from. So basically, if the user tries to go to this URL, we're going to grab this particular ID over here, and we are able to access it via this ID variable. And we can pass that in with our server component logic that we can pass in over here. So for example, if I create our function, so before we had get posts plural, this is going to be get post singular. So we want information about a singular post, and we can do this by passing it something like this. And this needs to be an arrow. So what we're going to do is over here, I'm going to say const post, and we are going to await get post, and we pass the ID up here. And then we can use that ID to grab our post from the Prisma backend. So the way I'm going to do that is going to be post is equal to await Prisma, and make sure we import that from not the client, but our file right here. So we have our app, and then we can do .post.find unique like this. And we do where :ID. So we can grab the post, the relevant post in the right location. And also we need to check just in case if post doesn't exist, because it's possible that the user goes to a page where the ID does not exist. We're just going to do console log post with ID not found, just to make sure we have a console log for that, and we just return null. We can do like an error page, or you can have your own thing over here depending on what you want to do with it. So it's up to you, but for now we're going to keep it like that. And then we could just typically return post like this. However, the only problem is when we passed post over here, we need to modify the date object coming from get post, because it'll give you a warning saying we cannot pass a date object, which is something we're getting from the backend, and we cannot pass it into the component over here. So to do that, it's pretty simple. So I'm going to say formatted post with the curly braces object. We're going to pass in all the post information. I'm going to say created at, and what I'm going to do is post comma or question mark dot created at question mark dot to ISO string. So we're just converting it to a string that is useful, and this should be a comma. And we're going to do the same thing for updated at instead. So let me grab both of these. I'm going to just do updated at. So now we have our formatted post, and that's what we're going to be returning. So with this, we want to kind of make sure we have our TypeScript all in order. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the post from Prisma client, but we're also going to call it as post type. The reason why is because we don't want to conflict with this post naming. So we need to change this to post type. And this here, we can say post type. However, we also need to make sure there's a possibility of it being null. And that's why we have this error check. Just in case we cannot find it, we have an error check. Otherwise, we have our post type. We can pass that in over here, and then we will get formatted post that exists over here. So now we know that formatted post exists. And the way we have this particular type is that we're going to create a types file. So we're going to go over here, and in the app directory, I'm going to create a types.ts. And what we're going to do is go over here. You see where the post type is. We're going to copy this entire guy. We're going to paste it or copy it. And we're going to go to our types file. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to call this formatted post instead. And these should instead be string because we changed it prior. And by doing so, I'm going to close this. And I'm going to import formatted post right here from @app types. So now we have our post information. So let's actually console log this out. And we're most likely going to see, if we go back, let's click up here. We're going to see our information. It seems like, oh yeah, we do happen to have, and then make sure we need to import that. So we have these errors. So let's save it. And as you can see, we have our post information. Perfect. So our post information exists. We have nothing on this page yet, so we're going to be adding that very soon. So here is our post. This is all our information with our post. Perfect. So I'm going to close that. We're going to go up here, and now we can work on our content. Actually, before we go to the content, I do want to explain one thing, is that here, let's say, I'm just going to copy and paste this because I just want to show you what this is possible. So let's say we're not using Prisma, but let's say we need to call a third-party API, so an external API instead. Instead of our Prisma database, we want to call some other API call. So we would have some kind of URL, let's just say URL instead. we're calling some outer URL. And the way this works for fetch, anytime we use a fetch function, we can use these things like cache or cache no store or next revalidate. So if you aren't familiar with these particular terminology, SSG, SSR, ISR, so these functionality is equivalent to getting static servers. What was it? Static server generation, static site generation, sorry. So you have force cache, that forces it to be a static site. Otherwise, you can just do a no store and that will be server-side rendering. Otherwise, you want a hybrid approach, which is revalidate, and you can do incremental static regeneration. That's ISR. So this is what it represents. So these are the three options that you can use when you're using fetch for, if you're actually using API calls. So in this case, we're just calling our database, which is technically an API call, but not in the traditional sense where we're using fetch. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And again, like I mentioned before, we always want to do export const revalidate if you want it to revalidate every 60 seconds. Now again, I'm not sure if this actually works. Maybe I'm not doing it correctly. If someone actually knows how to fix this, then please let me know. But this is how we are revalidating our particular page. So anyways, with this information, we can get rid of our console log, and then we can now work on our content page. So let's uncomment that out. We're going to import content from @ let's say app. It's going to be ./content. So it'll be in the same file. So we're just or same folder. So we're going to do that. We haven't created it yet. All right. So from here, we're going to close this, and we're going to be creating our content file. So I'm going to create content.tsx. So this is where everything is going to be located over here. So I'm going to call this TSA-REFCE, and then we're going to write our content, and then we're going to save it. And we should be able to see content right here. So in Next.js 13, everything is a server component by default. So right here, this is a server component by default. However, there are occasions where you're going to have to use client components. Client components are when you have basically any kind of interaction. So this entire component right here has this interaction right here, and this cannot be a server component doing this. So when you have all of these elements that are dynamic and interactive, we need to make this a client component. So even if the parent component is this particular component right here, that it's being a post, the child component can still be a client component. So this content component, we're going to make this a client by saying use client like this. So this essentially will be a client component over here. So from here, what I want to do is I'm going to start setting this up, and I'll go through all the processes and steps to setting everything. So this being a content or client component, we're just going to go through and I'll show you all the interactions. So I'm going to start with is editable, set is editable. So we're going to start with setting up some state, and we are going to set this as a Boolean type like this. And we want to make sure we are importing use state from React like that. So this is going to represent whether we are in editable state or not. So this interactivity is going to be based on this particular Boolean. And then from here, I want to have the state of title. So since the title can change, we want to make sure we have state for that. So we're going to do use state string, and we want to pass in the post title. So the way we do this is we can go back to page.tsx, because this is where we have our post information. So I'm going to pass that in, and content does not have post. So over here, I want to make sure we have post, and it should be formatted post, the type, not the regular post. And we want to make sure we pass that in over here. So we can say post, And now we can use post.title like that. So this is our title. By default, it's going to be the title that we grab from the backend. And then here, we're also going to have validation. So whenever you try to submit, and if it's empty, we're going to give it an error. So we want to set that up. So we need to set up our own error validation. Now, if you've seen my other videos, I do tend to use like a form library for these kind of things. But because we're using the editor, text editor, we're going to be using a plugin for that. It makes it a lot easier to create our own validation and our own form. Especially for something that's as small as this, it's better to do it handmade rather than using a form library. So in this case, I'd prefer just to make our own. So we have our title, we have our title error, and then we're also going to do content. So this particular input has title and then the content itself. And then we also have the role here, but we're going to deal with that later. So I'm going to set the content over here. I'm going to set content. And I'm going to do use state, and we're going to pass in string. I'm going to say post.content. Over here, I'm going to copy all of this again. I'm going to grab all the titles, just the title sections. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to write it. So set content error like this. We have our content, set content, and then content error with an empty string. So this is essentially the state we are going to start with. But we're not going to do it just yet. We're not going to hook it up. We're going to set up our JSX first. So the way we do that is we're going to do this to be class name. And here, because again, like I said, the editor doesn't allow you to like modify the text directly, because this is like rendering HTML. We need to actually use prose instead, which comes from that Tailwind typography library. So that helps us to use and fix that problem. And we are going to set all of these. We want the max width to be full as well as the width to be full. So we want to take the entire space. I'm going to get rid of content. I'm going to write h5 class name, and this is going to be the breadcrumbs. We're going to give it a text of white 300 like so, and in curly braces I'm going to say home with the arrow sign. I'm going to do post.category, close that with another arrow sign, and I'm going to say post.title, close that, and then close our template strings and close that. And I'm going to say this is going to be the breadcrumbs, like so. So if you take a look, we are going to see home, tech, and our title. So our category and our title over there. So that is our breadcrumbs essentially. And then from here, we're going to create this category and the edit button. We're not going to do the functionality just yet, but let's do that next. So over here, I'm going to say, let's call this category and edit. I'm going to do div. I'm going to say class name, and we're going to say flex, justify between items center. So we're going to have this particular div, and over here I'm going to have an h4. I'm going to close this. I'm going to say tech in this case, or actually we need to pass in the category, sorry. So we need to pass in this guy. We're going to pass in the class name, and we're going to say background accent orange. So this is going to be an orange background type with padding of 2 on the top, padding of 5 horizontally, and a text black color. And I'm going to do text SM, font, and bold, like that. So we have our category over here, and we're also going to have our editable button. So we're going to say div class name MT of 4. So we're going to have a margin top on the top of it, and we are going to do this. So I'm going to say is editable. So if we are in the editable state, we are going to show basically an input or an X mark right here. So if I click on it, we should see this should become an X mark, versus if it's not editable, we're going to see this edit icon. So we're going to do div class name, and we are going to do flex justify between with a gap of 3. And I'm going to close this div like so. And over here, I'm going to say a button should be on click, and we are going to, for now, say console log cancel edit, and we'll be fixing that as we go. And what I want to pass is X mark icon. So this is an icon from Hero Icons. So again, if you go to heroicons.com, you can see whatever icons that they have. So if I do X mark, you can see we could just grab this X mark and use that for our code. So the way to do that is just after you got the name of the icon that you want, you can just import X mark icon, and you want to do it from @hero icon /react /24/solid. So actually, let me just clarify. So you can choose whichever one you want, because outline, solid, and then you have mini. So it just depends on which one you want, so you can import that. And this is all for free from Tailwind. All right, so from here, we can close the button. We can finish writing our X mark icon, and we can give it a height of 6, width of 6, so that determines the size. And we want to give it a text accent of a reddish orange, which is designated by text accent red. So there we have our editable icon, and we're going to do the same thing for the other version. So I'm just going to basically grab this. We don't need flex justify between. We only need it for when we're non-editing. However, when we're non-editing, we don't need it. For editing, we do. And so here I'm going to do make edit and keep everything the same. This one is going to be pencil square icon. So I'm going to grab this, I'm going to paste it over here, and then we'll have our button. So if I go back to my code and I click it, nothing works because we did not handle the canceling. But we'll handle that a little bit later, because there's some other things to note before we fix that. All right, so next on the list is going to be the header, but inside our header, we're going to have a form, or around our header is going to be a form. And we are going to have an onSubmit function, and we are just going to say handle submit. I'm going to close this form. We don't have this particular function yet, but let's just create the skeleton for it. So I'm going to do handle submit with an arrow function. And we're just going to leave it like that. We don't need to do anything. Inside here, I'm going to create our header. And our header will just be basically our title. And so the way I would do this is I'm going to do that. And we basically need another is editable situation. So I'm going to paste that over here. And I'm going to have a div that will give us the text area inside. So our title will involve a text area, which is basically an input, except it's multi-line. And we're going to do border 2, rounded, MD, background white of 50, P-3 with a width of full. So that is our styling for this. And we're going to say placeholder should be title. So basically if it's empty, we're going to give it that placeholder. We're going to give it on change. Again, we are not going to initialize this just yet. And we're just going to say change title every time. Next one, we can just say this. We can say change title and do e.value.target. Oh, e.target.value, sorry. So that will show you when we change it or someone types in it, that's what's going to happen. And the value itself should be the title state that we created. And then we're going to go run into an error if we save it because we did not close our ternary, and we still have a few things that we need to write. If it's not in editable mode, all we have to do is show an H3 with our title text, and we just want to style this a little bit. So we're going to say class name is equal to font bold text 3XL margin top of 3. So I'm going to save that. And there we go. We have our title with our post title. And then from here below this, we're going to have a div, and we're going to do the authors as well. So I'm going to do class name with flex and a gap of 3. And inside here, I'm going to say H5 class name of font semi-bold with text XS. And I'm going to say by post.author. Make sure I spell that correctly. And then from here, I'm going to do H6. So this is going to be the date. I'm going to set this to text WH-300 text XS, like so. And I'm going to just do pass in the post.date, even though this is not formatted, but we'll cover that. It seems like, oh yeah, I needed to create it out instead. If I save it, now we see we have our author and then we have our date. So the date is not formatted. We'll take care of it in a little bit. All right, next part is going to be the image itself. So I'm going to say image, and we're going to do what we normally do with div. We're going to say class name, and we're going to set the parent to be relative, like I mentioned before, with the width of auto. So it's going to take up the entire width with margin top 2, margin bottom of 16, and a height of 96. So we're going to close that. And inside here, we're going to do our image component. Let's make sure image was not imported correctly. So I'm going to go up here, image it. And over here, I'm going to close this arrow, close this component tag. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do fill. I'm going to do alt is equal to tech. And, or actually, sorry, this should be post dot, let's just set this to be title, and it'll be better. And then we're going to do source is going to be post dot image. Now, if you know, this is actually, this is just a regular image, so we can modify it, but we're not going to modify it this time, so we're just not going to have a placeholder blur. So instead, we're just going to keep it like that. And in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste this so you can just see what's happening over here. We have this set of sizes for the media queries, so you can just fill this out. This is just trial and error. I just tried it. That is what looked good. It needed to be a little different from the previous one that we set. And then over here, I'm going to set this to be cover. So I'm going to save it, and then we have our image. So if I open it up, you'll see the image as it goes, and it, depending on the size and the responsive, we have a nicely fitted image. All right, and then from here, we're going to skip the content section, which we'll handle because we're going to need a specific library for that. But let's do the other part, which is the save button. So if we hit the edit button, we can see the save button, the submit button over there. So let's actually do that. So the way we do this is we just do, let's submit button. And I'm going to do is editable. And I'm going to set a div with class name of class name, and it's going to be flex with justify end, and I'm going to set a button like so. I'm going to say submit, and I'm going to set type is equal to submit, and I'm going to set the class name to be BG accent red with hover of BG white 500, text of white 10, font semi-bold, py of 2, px of 5, margin top of 5. So there's quite a bit of styling for that. So we can't see it because we need to work on this editing, which we'll do in just a bit. But the last thing we want to add is going to be the social links over here on bigger screens. So if you see, there's the social links, but on smaller screens, we don't need social links because it would be redundant because the sidebar has the social links. So we're going to do that. So down here, outside the form, we don't need to make it inside the form. Yeah, so right here, we're going to do social links. And I'm just going to create a div around social links. We're going to pass that in, make sure you're using IntelliSense. And we are going to pass this in as isDark, so it's a dark color this time. And we can say class name is going to be hidden by default for basically small screens, but on big screens, we are going to show it with a margin top of 10 with a width of 1/3. So now if we take a look at our app, if we open it up, we can see we have our social links if we are on bigger screens. So now I want to talk about the content section. So here we are going to be using TipTap for our content section. So this gives us a very nice interface so we can edit things as needed. So we can have bold, italicize, things like that. We can do like heading or H2. You can make bullet points. Things of this nature makes it very easy for this particular library. And a lot of this is for free. So now they have extensions. So if you go to price, if you go to pricing, they're going to show that you can use it for free. But if you just want some extra extensions, this doesn't mean that you have to pay for it, but you can still use it without paying for the extension. And you can still access a lot of what I showed you, which is like H1, H2, bold, italicize. You can do all of that with this particular text editor. So it's very nice. So we're going to be using this and it makes it very nice and easy to use. So I want you to go to this TipTap dev installation. So I have a link in the description below, and we're going to run through these instructions. So if I go up or if I go down, we can go to step 2. Since we're not using create React app, we just need to start with this particular one. So install the dependencies. So open up your terminal. We're going to close this and we're going to install this TipTap over here. And from there, it's pretty simple. After we install it, I'm going to close the terminal. We can just grab essentially right here. Let's grab the editor and use editor. And we're just going to go up to our logic section and we are just going to paste the editor and the use editor over here and make sure we import that. So from TipTap React, and we can just import the starter kit, make sure we import it from TipTap, and we have our content. So by doing that, we have access. Now we need to create the editor content down below over here. So we're going to do it above the submit and below the image. So I'm going to create a div, and inside this div, we're going to be creating our editor component. So I'm going to say over here, we're going to say class name, and I'm going to give it some styling. So I'm going to say is editable, and I'm going to say border -2 with rounded MD BG 50 with P of 3, and I'm going to say width of full, max width of full, like that. And inside here, I'm going to do is editable, like so. I'm going to do and we're going to pass some stuff over here. This is where we're going to have our menu bar, but let me add the editor content first. So I'm going to import editor content, and all I have to do is pass in the editor that we just created, and make sure I close this, and let's save it. And I want to see what we have so far. So let's open this up. Oh, it seems like I turned off the server, so I'm going to do npm run dev. So if you see, we have our editor content. It says hello world, and we have this particular text. So right now we don't see any of the like the styling of it, but we can kind of do like some editing over here. So we are going to adjust that. However, we need the little, you know, the menu bar. So if we want to do that, we can go back. We can go over here and we can see that there's a section with all the functionality right here. However, we can't use all of these complete setups because not everything is available. So they have bold, italic, strike. So they have all of these. But either way, let's go over here. We're going to copy all of this pretty much, and we're going to be using this. So let's grab everything from here. And we just want this particular component. And I'm going to go over to our code and go in here. And I'm actually going to create a new file, and then we're going to call it editor menu bar. So TSX. I'm just going to do TSA RAFCE, but instead I'm going to replace this with this entire guy, and we are going to call this editor menu bar. And then from here in the type props, I'm going to say editor is going to be editor or null, because it might not have existed yet. And I'm going to give this to the props section of our editor menu bar. And I'm also going to import editor from TipTap React. So that is the typing. And then let's make sure everything is working. Let's actually just copy all of this over here with the imports, paste it, and we are going to see we can't do color or text style. And I believe those are the ones we can't really use unless we want to upgrade. So let's go through here and let's see which one, see if there's any errors going down here. So we have a set color. We cannot do that, so we're just going to get rid of that particular button. And let's save it. Let's open up our terminal, see if we have any errors. Okay, we cannot find module content. So I'm going to just call this @/app/post/id, and then we're going to have our content. And then we have our content and this formatted post. And also we should have a null check right here. So I'm going to say if post does not exist. Yeah, I think I missed this. So if you have a div, we're going to say post not found. So we're just making sure we have no errors for here. So I'm going to close that as well. So over here, I'm going to close this. We have our editor menu bar. Now we need to import that into our section. So we're going to go over here. You see where it is editable. This is where I left the space for this section. So I'm going to go in. If it is editable, we're going to have our editor menu bar. Oops. Make sure I import that correctly. And I'm going to pass in editor over here. Like so. And it seems like we have some kind of issue. Let's see. Yeah, we didn't close this. So we have that. And we should be okay. And then also I'm just going to add a little horizontal line. We're going to say class name is equal to border -1 mt2 mb-5. And we need to make sure we close this. So we save it. We have our editor menu bar only when it's editable. So now if we want to see the editor menu bar, let's actually set up our is editable function. So the way we are going to do that, I'm going to go up and I'm going to create a function over here. I'm going to call this handle enable edit. And I'm going to call this handle is editable. All right, so we have our editor menu bar. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a function. We're going to call this handle is editable to make sure we can edit this. But we kind of need to do a little bit differently because we need to modify our state right here, but also the editable inside the editor. So if I go like this, I have an arrow function. I'm going to do set is editable like this. I'm going to call this bool, and I'm going to do editor question mark dot set editable. So you need to modify the state inside this content over here, but also the editor set editable. So otherwise you're going to run into bugs because we're modifying both the state within the library itself and the state that we are using. And the reason why we want to make sure we edit this state is because it might not update properly if we don't do it in both locations. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to go to our section with category and edit. And I'm going to pass in our function over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this one to be, it should be a callback function like this. Handle is editable, and we're going to make this is editable. We're just going to flip it like that. And we want to do the same thing for the opposite. So now we can actually affect the state. So if I go back to our code and I hit this, we can see we have our styling over here. Now this is a little messed up. We can say bold. So now if we hit edit, we can see we have all of this. We can't type it yet. And then we have all of this. Right now, we cannot modify this right now because we still haven't configured some of the configurations that we need. So if we take a look at our use editor, we actually need to set this text to be our content state instead. So this will allow us to modify our content and it'll give us the default information over here. So as you can see, it populated our post information over here. But we also need to be able to change the content in both the TipTap editor, but also keeping it in our state. And the way we do this is we have an update on update function over here, and we need to create a function for this. So I'm going to call this handle on change content like so. I'm going to create this function up here, handle on change content, and I'm going to pass in the editor over here. And again, I was not able to figure out the TypeScript. I know it's bad practice where I'm using a lot of any's, but in this case, I really couldn't figure it out. Spent a long time. It's just not worth, if you're spending so long and it has very minimal impact, you can change it. However, we can set this editor over here as the editor type, which we can import from TipTap React, and we can grab the type this way. So if you don't have type for this one, we can actually set type for the child component of editor, which is pretty obvious. And here I'm going to set the content to be error of empty string. So basically all this is doing is if the content inside TipTap is empty, we are going to make sure there is no error here. So if we don't have anything in the content, we're not going to have an error. So anytime we type, we're going to remove the error. That's essentially what we're doing. And over here, if we have editor, we're going to set this as editor again. And I'm going to say get HTML like this. So this is part of the TipTap editor. So you want to be able to get the HTML text, and we're going to be setting that to our content over here. So the information over here is what we are basically setting in this content section. So actually, let's check if this is working. I'm actually not sure, but yeah, it seems like it's okay. And there we go. We have bold, but for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to like, and it just seems to refresh the entire page once we edit it. So we're going to keep modifying this as well. And I think maybe if we set the editable to is editable inside our editor, so we have these two aligned. Like what I'm doing essentially, I know this is a little confusing, but I'm essentially aligning everything inside our editor with the state that we have up here in our content component. We need to make sure they're aligned so the React component knows how to update things properly. So I'm going to save it and let's see if this works. And so the reason why it's canceling out when you try to click one of these buttons is because you need to set these as type is equal to button. Otherwise, it's going to automatically assume it's going to be a submit. And when you hit submit, that's just going to cancel out any kind of logic you have. So let's go through and add all of these for every single one. So I'm going to keep adding all the way down. There's probably a faster way to do this actually. So if I go, there's quite a few. So let me keep going down. Code block, block quote, horizontal rule. I just need to add all of these. So now if I go and click this, I hit bold, it should not be a problem. So there you go. We have all of these possible scenarios where we can add all of these information. So horizontal rule, hard break, undo, redo. So we can add all of these. However, I'm just going to remove a lot of these. So these are all free, and you have all these opportunities to do a lot of different things like paragraph. And then you can do bullet list, ordered list, and this is all super cool. So I want to go. I'm just going to remove a lot of these. So it's up to you if you want to include all of them. I just don't want to style everything because that'll take forever. So I'm going to remove most of these. Let's go all the way till H3. Probably going to save that. And then we have bold and italic. I'm going to move all of the buttons for H1 to the top. So I'm going to move it over here. And let me just check. I have H1, H2, H3, paragraph. So where is paragraph? So I'm going to clear these guys over here, get rid of code, get rid of strike, and then we can keep italic. We'll go up, we'll move the button. We'll have the paragraph over here, bold, italic. We're saving it, and it should be pretty good. So now I just need to style this. So the way I'm going to style is I'm going to keep everything with the on-click over here, which is fine. We want to keep is active. We can keep a lot of this. And we can just say background white 500, text white 50, P-1 rounded MD. So this is going to be for our active state. And I believe we can do this for every single one. So I'm just going to copy and paste all of this for every single one. And save it, and it should be a little bit different. So we have all of that. For the H tags, if I go over here, I'm going to set this to be H1. And over here, I'm going to set span. We should include the number 1 inside there. I can say class name. And it's going to be text XS. And we just make sure we have that. And I'm going to copy this for H2 and H3. Except I'm going to change this to 2 and then change this to 3. And I'm going to go down. Paragraph, I believe, should be pretty good. And let's actually see how everything is looking. So we have all of this. I do want to style maybe this a little bit differently. Yeah, so for the italic, it's just going to be, we're just going to do an italic I like this. We're going to keep it simple. So it's up to you if you want to take the time to style this. But I don't want to waste your time by just doing this. So we have a bold and italic over there. And then we also need to set some div over here outside. So I'm going to set this to be div with class name, flex, justify, between, and items center. So I'm going to close this div at the very bottom. And also I'm going to add one more div. And we are going to do class name of flex. And I'll show you why I'm adding a div over here. So I'm going to do item center with a gap of 4. and I'm going to encase all the buttons over here, like so. So now we have H1, H2, and we can use it as needed. And I can also cancel out so we don't have this particular, actually it is saving the information. So we are going to have to handle how this is going to work. So it's going to be a little complicated. We'll make it work, and I'll try and explain the best that I can of how this is going to properly work and only save this information when we hit the save button. Because right now it's saving even though we didn't hit the save button. We hit the cancel. It should have just, went back to what it originally was. So we are going to have to handle that. So before we do that, let's go back to content, and we're going to handle the title. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to create another function. I'm going to call this const handle on change title. And I'm going to do E, and what we're going to do is we're going to pass react.change event, and we want to pass in HTML text area element. So this is the proper type for handling our text, since it's a text area element. And we're going to do similar thing for handle on change content, except we're just going to do if title, like so. We want to set the title error to be empty string. So anytime we are typing and we notice that the title exists, then we get rid of the error. We always show the error when there's no information in there. So I'm going to set this to be e.target.value. I'm going to move this actually below this because it makes more sense. And then we have our handle on change title and handle on change content. And where we pass it is going to be in the header over here. So I'm going to just do E, and then I'm going to do handle on change title. And then pass it like that. And actually, my mistake, we could just actually pass in handle on change title like this, and then we should be able to handle the title as well. So if I do that, we're going to keep it. And again, it doesn't save it based on when we submit it. So the way we're going to do that is going to be a little complicated, and I don't like doing this if I don't need to, but in this case, we kind of have to. So what we're going to do, the logic is this. So whenever we hit the edit button, we are going to be saving that information before we edit. We're going to be saving that information into another state. And then when we save that information in the other state, we will either replace that, we will use that information if we hit the cancel button. So if it hit the cancel button, we're going to go to the previous state. So for example, if I add hello after this, we are going to have a temporary title that has this information, and the current title information will be this. So if they hit the X mark, it's going to look like this version. So if we hit the X mark, we're going to get this information. If we hit the submit button though, it's going to use this information, and we're going to save that one as the current title. So we need to have a temporary state for both the title and the content that we need to store when we hit the edit button. So that is why I'm going to create another state over here. I'm going to call this temp title, and I'm going to set temp title like so, and we're going to do use state, and we are going to have a string, and we are going to do title like this. And we are going to do the exact same thing over here, but for the content. So we're going to do set content like this. And we need to set this to be the original content at first. And we are going to be handling this in our header or a category and edit. So what I want to do, since this component is going to be quite long, I'm going to start separating this out into a separate component. So I'm going to create a new file, call this category and edit tsx. So I'm going to make sure we have all of this information. And what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to cut this out, and I'm going to paste it all in here. And we're going to be missing a lot of things, but we're going to make sure we edit this, and we're going to pass in a lot of information into category and edit so that we know what to send to the child component. And we're going to be sending a lot of things in here. So I'm going to do is editable. And I'm going to set is editable like so. I generally don't like having to send so many props down because it's kind of a hassle to deal with it. And it's kind of hard to manage in your head, all the props going down. So I try not to extract components unless I need to, but this case, this component is quite hairy. Anyways, I'm passing all the titles, like all the state titles that we have. So I'm passing all of this in, and then set temp title as well. So I'm going to pass that in as well. Temp content. So we're going to keep that. And then set temp content over here, like so. And then editor as well. All right, so we passed all of this in. What I want to do is I'm going to copy this entire guy, and we're going to pass it into category and edit. So if I go over here, I'm going to paste it all over here, but we're just going to modify a few things. So I'm just going to go, so I'm going to select all the equals and the left bracket. Let's get rid of that. So I'm selecting all of these with Command D. I'm going to hit Alt Shift, or maybe Option Shift right arrow twice. We're going to do that and hit erase. The first one got messed up for whatever reason, so I'm going to put a colon like this, and then we're going to modify it from here. So is editable is going to be a Boolean. Handle is editable. Actually, before we do this, let me just copy all of this so we can pass this into props over here, because we need to do that as well, just so we can do less work. But either way, let's start with here. I'm going to pass in editor. So that's from TipTap React. And we are going to set this to be null, like so. Handle is editable. We're going to do is editable with the Boolean, because we are defining what these types are. We're going to set this to be, let's see, title is a string. Set title is another function. So this is going to be title string. So one thing annoying about TypeScript, sometimes it's just kind of a pain just writing all this. So temp title is going to be a string. We're going to have a void like so. Set temp title is going to be the same thing. Temp title colon string arrow function void. Actually, this is a mistake. Temp title is a string like this. Temp content is going to be a string. Set temp content is going to be similar to set temp title, except this should be called temp content. Editor. Okay, I'm making a lot of mistakes. Apologies. So we have editor. Editor should be /null. Is editable is going to be a Boolean right here. So we have all our typing over here, and what we're going to do down here is we're going to select all these colons and just change this to a string. I don't know why that popped up. So we have a string like that. So now we have most of the properties being passed down. So now what I want to do is I'm going to create a function actually called handle enable edit. And this one is going to include the handle is editable, because we're going to edit. So like when we click this button, so we're going to be handling this situation. We want to do handle is editable like we did before. But like I mentioned, we need to save the title and the content in our temporary state. So I do this by doing send temp title, and I'm going to set the title to be like this. And we're going to do the same thing with temp content. And here I'm going to do editor $.get HTML, because we'll get null errors, and we need to set an empty string just in case if this doesn't exist, or else it'll start yelling. But this is going to be what this should be right here. So when we are not clicked over here, we want to make sure handle enable edit is the one that's being run, because we need to set the temporary title and set temp content. I know this is a little bit confusing, but this is the only way to handle React with this particular library, because you need to modify the state. So this is one of those situations where you can say, oh, React has limitations. React, like when it comes to this, like you have to do all these funky things to make sure the state is updated in your content. Otherwise, you know, maybe there's other libraries that won't have this particular, or other frameworks that might not have this problem, I think, maybe. I'm not exactly sure because I've never used Svelte, and Svelte might not have this issue. Of course, it's not more, the ecosystem of React is just way bigger. So who knows which one's better in big applications. Anyways, so when you want to cancel though, we want to set the original title to be the temp title. So anytime we are canceling, we're going to use the temporary title and we're going to set the content to be what it needs to be. So for the content, we need to set the editor to be the right content type, like so. So by doing this, this will adjust our content and that will affect our content information, because the editor is the one controlling this content information. So you need to make sure that you have. So there's a few things we're missing. We're missing post. So unfortunately we have to pass in post. So I'm going to do post. We're going to do formatted post like so. And then we're going to pass in post over here. So we have that information. So we have the post category, and we can go back to our code, and I'm going to go over here, cut this out, because now we're just going to put this over here in this particular component. And then right here, I'm going to say handle cancel edit. And now since we have that, if I hit the edit and I go over here and I type the text and I hit the cancel, we now have information that it doesn't save it. And I can do the same thing with the content. I can change all of this, make this bold tag right here, and if I hit cancel, it's not going to save. So this is how you can make it so that it's not saving the state. I know this is a little bit of like a convoluted way to do this, but this is probably the best option that I can figure out using this library. It does add a lot of features, so that's why I kind of like it. So it's, in this case, the trade-off is essentially worth it. So the next thing I will kind of want to change is going to be the header. So the header, the only thing we need to do is change the date. So we have this date stamp. So we're just going to essentially use the date logic that we had before. And I believe it's on the page component. Let's say, oh, it's in the shared card component over here. And we should have this date set up. And I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to go back to content. And I'm going to copy and paste it right above here. And we'll have our formatted date for our post. So I'm going to say post dot created that. And then we can use formatted date and replace our header date down here. Yeah, so I'm going to paste it over here in the H6, and then we should see our modified date. All right, and then the next thing I want to do is this section with the article, or with the editor content. I'm going to create this into a separate component. I'm going to call this the article component, because this is going to have some extra logic and I want this to be separate. So I'm going to do article.tsx, and we're going to have to import a number of things again. So I'm just going to import all of the article. I'm going to save this. What I'm going to do is cut this out. I'm going to paste this over here in this div, and then I'm going to save it. And then we're going to have to pass that into over here. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to pass in a lot of different things. So I'm going to pass in content error, like so, with editor passed in is editable, like so. I'm going to pass in set content is equal to set content, and then title is equal to title. So I'm going to copy all of this again. I'm going to create a comment over here. Article. So we have that information, and then I'm going to go to our article component, pass all of these, grab all of those, the equal sign in the left bracket, Command Shift or Command Alt, right twice. We're going to grab all of these separately so we can pass that into props. And then over here, I'm going to do colon, and we are going to start filling this in. So I'm going to say string like so. Editor should be editor from TipTap React, and it should be possibly null as well. Is editable is going to be a Boolean. Set content is going to be a function. So content colon string. It's going to output a void, and we're going to do a string over here. And then I'm going to add a comment to each of these. I'm going to say if editor does not exist, so just in case, we have a null check, like so. We're going to add some logic for generating the AI content over here, but let's fill this information out inside here. What I want to do is I want to create an article section. I'm going to say class name is equal to text white 500 with a leading of 8. So this is again the prose section. So this gives us line height for our entire article. So we can set it up so it has extra information. We also need to import editor content from TipTap React, editor menu bar from our other component, make sure it's in there. And then we also need to add the error section. So if we have an error, actually it should be outside this div, but inside the article, I'm going to say content error exists. Then we say a p tag. We're going to say class name is going to be mt1 text white 900. And we are going to say content error. So we have an error message for this guy. So now we can see that we have our editor, so we can see it. We have a little more line height. We have our space. We do have some undesirable outline, and an easy way to fix is if we go back to content, we can actually add editor props. So we can add styling to our editor. So we can do editor props like this, and I'm going to do attributes colon curly braces class colon, and I'm going to write prose SM, so it's a smaller font, XL colon. So on bigger screens, we're going to set prose to be 2XL, so it's larger on bigger screens. With a leading of 8, we're going to set focus outline none. So that is the focus, that the blue line that we saw. So we're getting rid of that. We're going to set width to be full, a max width of full, and make sure I have a comma over there. If I save it, so now if I select, we don't see that blue outline. We have this aligned a little better, and we have smaller text, so it looks a little better. So we have our article perfectly styled with some of this. So we still don't have this content or generate AI content button. So let's actually do that next. So what I want to do first is we're going to handle the submit function. I know I just talked about the AI. Let's actually do that after. What I want to do with the handle submit is that when we submit this code to the backend, we can save this information so we update our post. So now when we are dealing with mutating some value in the database, we actually have to send a backend where we have to create our backend, because this is a client component. So we need to make an API call to a backend that we create. So now they make it easy. So if you go to our app and we go to API, we can actually create our own route over here. And the way we do this is going to be very similar to how the routes are set up. So if I want to make an API call to /post/ID, all I have to do is create a new folder. I'm going to say post. And inside this folder, I'm going to create another one. I'm going to call this ID, like so, in curly brace or square brackets. And inside this one, it needs to be called route TS. So that is a keyword. You need to make sure you have that proper keyword, otherwise it wouldn't work. That's why you have this one. You have export function, ASAP, a get function for this particular route. So I'm just going to delete this guy over here for hello because we don't need that. But inside here, I'm going to just do export async function, and we're going to make this a patch. So the get calls is just fully, or not the get calls, but like the API calls are fully dependent on the name. So this is particularly representative of the method. And this is actually a very new feature in NextJS 13. So it's actually quite new that we have this particular setup. And so we have our request over here, and then we can grab our params by setting up a params type like this. So now there is no params object that you can use for the TypeScript. So we kind of have to set up our own type params to be like this: params colon ID colon string, like so. So that will be our type over here. It should be plural. So now we have our params type. Let me close this a little bit more so you can see better. And then over here, we're going to have a try catch block. So I'm going to say const ID, and we're grabbing it from the params object. And we're going to take title and content, which is going to be what we're going to be sending from the front end. So I'm going to say await request.json. So if we are sending information from the front end in the body object, this is how we grab the information from the request. So we grab title and content. So on the front end, we're going to be sending title content. The back end is going to receive it just like this. And so here we're going to grab the post, or we're going to create a variable called post, and we're going to use Prisma. So we're going to grab it from the client that we've created earlier, and we are going to say prisma.post.update, and I'm going to say where ID colon ID, and I'm going to say data is going to be colon title content, like so, because we are sending this information to the backend. It seems like I have some kind of type or linting error. Let me just double check. Oh, and that is because we don't have a catch block. So let me just do a catch block real quick. So we're going to have a catch. We're going to catch the error. I'm going to say console.error. I'm going to say request error. If we have an error, we're just going to console error that. And then I'm going to say next response from next server. So we want to use next response to use. So this is the recommended way of sending messages now. So we're going to do error updating post, and we're going to give this a status of 500. So we're going to save that. And then also in our try block, we're going to do return next response again .json, and we're going to pass in post as well as status 200. And we're going to save that. So this is how you make an API call. So if I want to make an API call, I'm going to have to set the base URL /post/ID. So that is how you can grab it. And then in here, I'm going to send the title and the content to our backend in the body and grab it from this information. So this is how we use NextJS 13. So now that we have the backend set up, we can do the same thing on the front end, and we can grab the information. So if we go to our page component, and this is where, actually, let's go to the content component. This is where we can hit our API backend endpoint from the handle submit function. So there's going to be a lot of things we actually need to handle over here, but let's start step by step. So we're going to say async. We're going to do E, And we're going to do react.form event. Let me close this so we have more space. And I'm going to say HTML form element. Inside here, I'm going to do e.prevent default, so we don't go to another page, or it doesn't like refresh the page. We don't want that. We want some validation checks first. So basically, if title is empty, we are going to set the title error. So just in case, if the user sends an empty title, we want to make sure that they have some information in there. So I'm going to say this field is required. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to say editor dot is empty, and I'm going to say set content error, like so. And then from here, I'm going to say if title is equal to empty string, I'm going to say editor dot is empty, and we're going to return. So basically, if we don't have any, or if we do have an error, or if one of these is true, we're just going to stop running this handle submit, because we're going to have more logic over here. So we're going to make sure we show the error and then return and do nothing if either of those are empty. And then from here, we're going to make our API call. So in this case, since this is a client component, we still have to fetch and make an API call over here. So we are going to do just that. So what we're going to do is process.env.nextPublic URL. So that is our base URL. And we're going to set /API/post. So I did forget to mention that it was /API to hit this. /API/post/ID. So that is how we're going to hit our endpoint. So post .id. So that is how we hit that particular endpoint. And we need to set the method like we did to be patch, because the function is patch. And we're going to say headers : and we're going to set content to be type with application/JSON. And then finally, we want to send the body. So we are going to do, oops, didn't mean to do that. So JSON.stringify, and we are going to send the ID. Actually, I don't know if we need to send the ID. All right, we do. Or do we? No, we don't need to. My bad. We can just send the title like so, and then the content as so. Like I said, this is the body that aligns with this guy. Title, content, and the params ID comes from this value over here. And I did spell application wrong, so make sure you spell that correctly. So I have that saved, and then after, what we want is to grab the data, and we are going to do response.json, like so. So now we have our response. We grab the information from the backend, and what we want to do is update the state as we need. So here, I'm going to say, after we hit the submit button, so when we hit the submit button, we want to flip this so that it's no longer editable. So I'm going to say handle is editable to be false. We're going to set the temporary title, so like the saved value, to be empty string, because we no longer want it. And we're going to also reset content to be empty string. So we're essentially resetting the values that we saved because we're not using it for a cancel right there. And then after that, we want to set the title to be the data that we get from the backend. We can just use the data that we get from, like the current title. We can just set that information, but it's better to be more explicit, to grab the updated information that's coming from the backend. So it's just a much more proper way to do it, I would say, even though the results are the same. And plus, we need to set the title, we need to set the content, and we also need to set the editor content as well. I know it's kind of annoying we have to update both the states, but it's the only way to keep track of what's happening. So with that, we have our handle submit, and let's actually test if this is going to be working. So first off, let's actually say, let's just erase a lot of this and let's see if this gets saved. So if I hit submit, and as you can see, we have it saved. Let's make sure we had a network call. Let me refresh. So I'm going to hit the fetch/xhr because that's the fetch button. So if I hit this, I'm just going to copy paste multiple times. Let's just make sure it's working. And if I hit submit, we are going to see that it made an API call to our backend. We're sending the content and the title. And this needs more space. So we have the content and the title, and then we have preview. This is what's being returned from the backend. So we have all of this updated information, and then we are replacing this information with the new updated values. So this is perfect. Let's double check it works for the front, the title as well. Hello, and then let's say submit. We're saving that, and then we have hello. But let's also delete all of this as well as this to see if that gets updated. Or actually, if we cancel it, we're going to go back to what we had before, which is perfect. That's expected. And the last thing I want to check is if I hit the edit button and I delete the entire title and I hit submit, we're going to get an error. Actually, we're not displaying the error for that one. But if I hit submit, it says this field is required. We actually need to set the this field is required for the top one because it's not showing. So let's go to the title over here in our header. And I believe we need to set up an error message over there. And to do that, right below the text area, I'm going to say title error. I'm going to say and with the p tag class name, like so, margin top of 1, text primary of 500. I'm going to say that this is going to be title error. Let's make sure we have that. Let's see if everything is set up correctly. So let's save that. And let me check if I hit edit and I empty it out and I try to submit, the field is required. So everything is working as expected. So once you type, the error goes away. And we still can't submit because this one is not required. So I'm going to refresh it. And now we have our original. So perfect. Everything is working with our editor and our changing of the editor. I know it's a little complicated because of us having to update not only our state, but the state of the editor as well. Because sometimes for libraries, you're going to have to update their state and you're going to have, sometimes state conflicts with those issues, but you have to handle those. But once we have that, now we can just focus on OpenAI and making sure we have the ChatGPT content generator. All right, so now with all the editing out of the way, now let's actually focus on getting our AI generator. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually set up our backend route to create and call OpenAI. But before we do that, let's actually go to OpenAI API. So this is the location where you can go and grab platformopenai.com. And by the way, GPT-4 as of March 16, 2023, GPT 3.5 is available, but GPT-4 is on a wait list. So you can sign this up if you want to. So you can go and grab this information. But after you sign up, you can go to your personal account, go to manage account, and you can see I've used the OpenAI API quite a bit, like a lot. Nothing where I'm doing like bulk type editing, but for just developer purposes, as you can see, even with that many posts, like I've only used 8 cents so far. 8 cents for entire March, and then 3 cents for the next February. And I've used it quite a bit. I've generated a number of things. Now, I wouldn't say I use it excessively, but it's still pretty cheap. At some point, Microsoft is going to crank up the pricing, but for now, it's been cheap as of right now. So the way to do this is once you sign up, you create your account, you can log into your personal account, and it's pretty easy to set up. So here you can go to your API keys. You can create as many API keys as long as you want. I'm going to create a new secret key. And by the way, if you generate a new key, you can never grab this again. So you can just copy it. And if you're never going to use the previous one, you can just delete them. And I will delete this one so no one can use it. So I'm going to go to my code, and I'm going to go down, go to my .env, and this is where I'm going to be adding my OpenAI API key. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to do OpenAI API underscore key, and I'm going to paste my code. I'm going to do this a little off screen. And once I have that saved, I'm going to change this .env.local to .local, because that's going to be ignored, which is perfect because that's what we want. We don't want to push this up to our GitHub repo, or else people will be able to access your API key. So make sure you do that. And then from here, we can go to this particular NPM package, which is in the link description below, OpenAI node. You want to go to this link, and we're going to be installing OpenAI, and we're going to be configuring it with this configuration. So I'm going to go to my code, go over here, open up my terminal, close this, and then paste npm I OpenAI. This is a node package that helps easily connect to OpenAI. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to copy everything. So I'm going to copy everything over here, and we're going to make some modifications. And once I have that, I'm going to go to API. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this OpenAI. And again, this is going to be route.ts. So again, if you wanted to call this API route, it would just be the base URL /API/OpenAI. And that's how you can reach this endpoint. And over here, I'm going to paste everything I had. And this is actually going to be an import instead. And we're going to grab this from OpenAI like so. We have our configuration. This is the OpenAI API key that we just installed. We have our API key over here. Now this is going to be in our logic. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing that we did before from post ID route. So I'm going to copy all of this, paste it over here. We don't really need majority of this, so we're just going to erase a lot of that. We can keep most of this the same. So let's import next response, because that's what we're going to be using. We're going to include request. We don't need the params this time because there's no params for this, but we're going to keep the request. What we're going to do is we're going to grab the title and the role. The role will represent what the user is going to play. So not the user, but the system, the bot is going to pretend like it's something else, or you can tell it to write something in a specific way. So if you go to the playground on OpenAI, you can check this. If I click, let's say, if I click chat, we have a system. This is a helpful, by default, you are a helpful assistant, but you can tell them to be like sarcastic. You can tell them to be witty, and you can send a message and the system will respond as if they're a witty person. So it's kind of like you give them a specific persona. Anyways, over here, what we're going to do is I'm going to say await response or request.json like we did before. And we're going to make our API call. And the way we do this is we're going to be using this information. So let's cut that out, paste it over here. I'm going to call this AI response. And what we're doing is we're going to be using Axios, or like this inherently uses Axios under the hood. So we need to type it the proper way. So we're going to do Axios response, make sure we can import that from Axios. So we're going to import Axios response from Axios like that. And then we'll have the type over here. And then we can say create chat completion response. And this comes from OpenAI. So that's the typing. And we also want comma any. So that's how you type this. And then from here, OpenAI create chat completion is what we want. And when we do that, we're going to get this syntax because it's going to be different. And when we want to set this to GPT 3.5-turbo. So now if you're doing this with 3.5, if GPT-4 comes out, you can replace this with GPT-4 or the equivalent. But for now, we have 3.5. We're going to be using that. We're going to say messages like so, and we're going to have an array. So over here, we're going to start with the role of being user. So now typically they tell you to put the role. Let's see if they have it here. Okay, I don't think they have it here, but typically you can start with the role of the system and tell it what to be, like the helpful assistant. But I was reading a GitHub discussion, and it says that if you put the system after, at the very end of the array, it has a much more higher impact on the message that you get, because a lot of your content can be replaced by this particular user. And let me show you. So let's say we create, let's actually put template string. We can say create small blog post with HTML tags based on this title, $, and we can pass in the title we get from the front end. So essentially for this AI response, we're going to send the title from the front end. So AI is eating humans for knowledge. We can send that to the back end and it'll create a small blog post with this. So this is the content and the command that we're sending to the system. And then after here, we can set the role to be a system like this. And we want the content to be a template string, and we're going to say role. And if there's no role provided, and it's possible that the user didn't provide a role, we can just say I am a helpful assistant. And we're going to do dot, and I'm going to say write with HTML tags, like so. So this is essentially our system. Now, like I said, if you put this at the beginning, this can overwrite some of the role that you've set. And it's like hit or miss sometimes. But if you put it after, it has a much more high likelihood that this is the system and the role that the bot will play when writing the blog article. So it's actually pretty cool. And I'll demonstrate all of this. So over here, what I want is going to be similar to what we have here. So I'm going to say AI, let's actually create an object over here. I'm going to say content, and it's going to be AI response.data.choices 0.message ?content, like so. So I'm going to remove that, and then we're going to be sending this to the front end. And I'll show you all the things that we just did and demonstrate it on the front end. So let's go back. So we're going to go to post ID, and we're going to go to our page, and in here we're going to go to content. Inside our content, we are going to go to our article section, because that's where we're going to have all the AI generator logic. So inside here, the first thing I want to do is create the code for the AI generator, the UI basically. So we have the button and the role they can type. So I'm going to say if it is editable, we are going to say div class name, and we're going to give it a border of 2 rounded MD BG white 50 P3 MB3. So I'm going to go through all the styling pretty quick, just because it's not as important right now. So we're going to do class name. We're going to set M0 P0, and we're going to say generate AI content. And then on the next line, I'm going to say P tag. I'm going to say class name. We're going to give it a margin of 1 on the top and bottom. P0 text XS. And I say, what type of writer do you want? So it essentially asks, like, what type of, like, how do you want it to write? And we're going to say div. I'm going to say over here, I'm going to say class name. Give it a flex gap of 5 with justify between over here, and inside here I'm going to give it an input like so. Give it a class name. And I'm actually going to copy all of this because it's going to be very similar. We're just going to modify a few things. We're going to give this px to be 3, py of 1, and we're going to give it a width of full instead of the margin bottom. And I'm going to say placeholder, and this is going to be the role that the bot will play. I'm going to say on change, and we are going to change this. So right now I'm just going to do console.log e.target.value because we have not created the state for this, but we are going to. And I'm going to set this to be role. So I believe we can just add the role over here. So we can have role set role is equal to use state. Oops, that is not what I meant. Pass that in, and this is going to be a string, and we are going to start with I am a helpful assistant. So that's the role it's going to play, and then we change this to be set role, like so. So we're going to have that, and then after here we're going to have a button. And we are going to say type button. This is important, or else it'll just refresh the page. And we're going to say on click, and we are just going to add an empty function for now. And this will be the rocket launch icon. So I'm going to import rocket launch icon from @HeroIcons, like so. And then we're going to paste it over here. And I'm going to say class name with height of 8, width of 8, text, accent, orange, hover of text, white of 300. And I'm going to make sure I close that and I save it. So now we have the button when it's editable. So if I go over here, and it seems like we don't see it just yet, and that's because we haven't run the server. So let's do that. All right, so with our server running, let's open this up, and we have this. We have our button. The button doesn't really do anything, but we can write and type for now. And what we want to do is we want to create a function that's going to call our backend and generate our AI content. So let's go and do that. So right below over here with this null check, I'm going to say, oops, const post AI content. I'm going to say async, like so. I'm going to say editor chain. So this is part of TipTap. And what we want to do is while it's loading the AI content, we are going to set the AI content to be generating AI content. Please wait, because it does take some time for AI or OpenAI to come back with the response. So we want to make sure we have a loading state over here. I'm going to save that. On the next line, I'm going to say response, and we're going to do await fetch, and I'm going to pass in process.env.next public URL /API/OpenAI. So that's the URL like we mentioned before. And we're going to add an object over here. We're going to say method is going to be post. We're going to give it the headers of content dash type, give it an application /JSON, and then let's add a comma. So body is going to be JSON.stringify, and we're going to pass in title like so, as well as the role over here. There we go. And then what we want to do is we want to grab the response that we get back and use JSON to parse it. And what we want to do is make sure we can copy editor chain focus. So again, what this is doing is this is just setting up a chain to make it very convenient. It's going to help us focus to it. And then we're going to do set content like so. and we are going to essentially set the content to the information that we get from the backend. And again, we need to set the content to be data.content. So the content in our state and the TipTap content needs to be aligned. So that's why we need to do both. Over here, we're going to copy the post AI content. And I'm going to just paste that over here on the rocket launch button. And so let's see, let's make sure we don't have any errors. Something strange is going on over here, but let's just refresh. And let's just see. Let me replace this. AI is eating humans for knowledge. So that is something we have. I am a sarcastic and witty individual. And we're going to hit dot and we're going to hit that button. Oh, and it seems like we do seem to have an error. So let's actually click it again to see OpenAI. It seems like we are not. Method is not allowed. So it seems like I did not set the correct route. So this is, oh, okay. So I did not change this to post. So this needs to be post, by the way. So make sure this is a post. I'm going to save it over here. I'm going to click this button again, and we are going to see, let's see, and see what it responds with. And there you go. Look at this. We have our text. Well, it seems like the tables have turned. Humans have always prided themselves on being at the top of the food chain, but it looks like AI has other ideas. And so on and so forth. As you can see, this is a sarcastic and witty individual. If you don't have this, it's not going to speak in that specific way. So let's actually flip this, and I want to show you that it doesn't work as well if you have this information like this. So I'm going to do it again. Let's just wait for this. Okay, this one is pretty sarcastic, but I can keep doing it and keep trying it. I will have a better response if the system is below it, unless they changed it. Maybe it changed, maybe it's already better. So anyways, probably better to have it on the bottom. But either way, that's pretty cool, right? Like for me, I think with the what type of writer do you want, and then you can have a specific role for that writing style, it can give you a much more personalized response for writing this particular article. And after I have that information, I can submit it, and then I can save it, and our information will be persisted on the back end as well. So I go back here, I can go to this content, and we already see that our article has persisted in our database. And with that, pretty much our entire website is fully complete. We have OpenAI for editing right here. We have our entire posts. One thing I want to mention is that when we use Vercel, there is a time limit of how long the API can respond in, and that's 5 seconds. So OpenAI takes a considerable amount of time, so it times out. So unfortunately, when we deploy it on Vercel, which we will do for free, we cannot have a small blog post. That's why I have a shorter content. And what I'm going to do is create 3-line blog post instead. And this will shorten the time it responds. Otherwise, it will, have other problems. And it seems like AI is really taking over. I don't know why the image just became huge. So let me double check what's happening. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. It seems like AI is really taking over. But yeah, so we want to make sure we keep a 3-line blog post to reduce the time it responds. It's unfortunate, but we kind of have to do it if we want to keep things free when we deploy our application. I just want to note one thing, by the way, is that with this, you can do revalidation. We can do, if we add response over here, like this, I'm going to just do any for now. I just wanted to show you this. We can do revalidate /API/posts. So now if you see this, you can see this as revalidating the list of posts. So anytime I update, people who are on the post page, like the list of posts, they will get an updated version of all the posts that they're seeing. And this is called on-demand revalidation. So if you want to take a look at that, you can have that information. And unfortunately, because Vercel has that time limit, this is not going to work. So we're going to comment that out, and we just want to make sure that we know what this is for. So I'm just going to save that. So the next and final thing that we want to talk about is parallel routes and interception. So this is a NextJS 13.3 feature that we are going to talk about. So parallel routes allow you to render one or more pages in the same view, or you can have it conditionally rendered depending on what your use case is. Now the idea is, like, why would you need this? Because you could just create a component that if someone clicks a button, you can create a state so it changes to a different page on the same view. However, the problem with that is even if you change the page on the same view, you would still be on the same URL, which is a problem. So in this case, you can make it so you have parallel routes, so @user and @team are on the same page. So for example, @user and @team could be on the same page, but you can conditionally render it based on this type of logic. So all you have to do is, if user type is user, then we would show them the user page right here. Otherwise, we can show them the team page. So this will actually navigate to different URLs, so we can render them on the same view independently. So we can have different logics and we can render them based on what we need. So to give you an example of this, if we go to our app again, and we could go to post ID, we have our page and we have our content with our sidebar. If we wanted to separate this, for example, into two different pages or have different conditional logic, we can do something like this. So instead of this content component, we can just do @content like this, and then go page.tsx. And by the way, you don't have to copy this. This is just for demonstration. We're not going to use it because we don't need to. So we're going to keep it like this. So we're going to say @sidebar. A new file, we can say page.tsx. And what we would do in this case, instead of rendering out comment or content like so, what we have to do is we create a new file. We call it layout.tsx, and then you create a component where you can render it out based on children, user, and team. So instead of user, we would say content and then sidebar. So that's how we can render those two pages as separate URLs if we want to. And let's delete the layout as well. And the final thing is about intercepting routes. So intercepting routes is a way, if you have some kind of image in our Next.js app, we have that image. If we want a user to be able to click on it, and that new image would take them to a modal, but we want a new URL for that modal because we want to be able to share it with other people, this will exactly solve your problem. And the way you do this is you write add modal, and then you would refer it to basically the relative path to where your photo actually exists. So you would create a separate photo ID page just like this you would see here. And we would do that for our particular article. We can do that, we can reference it, and we can say this is @modal, and that would give us a separate intercepted route, or basically a route that we can share with other users. But this also allows us, so if we go to this particular modal, we can still hit the back button and we can be taken to this page. So it solves a very niche problem that if you have like an image that you want to click on, you can make it shared with other people. Now we're not going to do this because, or we don't really need it. And finally, real quick, we have a few things that I want to talk about. Static export for app router. So basically, if you go to your config.js, you can just set the output to export. So that just means it'll automatically generate HTML file for every route. So if you just want a strict single page app with individual HTML files, we can just do this and it'll be basically a static, entirely static site that you can use and upload it anywhere else. So it's a lot of times you're probably not going to use it because you want to use Next.js applications, but if you go to next config, you can put output over here instead and then set it to export, and then you'll be able to do that. And you just do next build and it'll generate an HTML file. And now link in the description. There's like other improvements, but they're very minor. So if you have a link right here, the main thing you can probably take a look at is Tailwind CSS for create next app. So we didn't particularly do this, but instead of setting up Tailwind like we did before, we can just do npx create next app at latest, and you can just do -- Tailwind and it'll automatically set up most of Tailwind. So now I wasn't able to do this because this happened after I recorded a lot of this, but if you want to try it, you can do that. You still need to configure things like Next.js font and line clamp and some of those things, but this will make it a little bit easier. And one final thing about Next.js 13.3 is that a lot of these are going to be niche cases, maybe parallel routes or maybe intercepted routes you might use, but a lot of them are still very niche use cases. The cool thing about Next.js 13.3, they finally said that they are approaching a very stable build. So now with all of these updates, you can pretty much do Next.js 13 with some sense of hope of stability. So they don't change any updates that are going to be problematic. So this version is starting to be one where you can maybe start using it for your applications. Maybe not yet, but very close to it. All right, so before we deploy our application, since we have everything set up now, I'm gonna make sure this is closed. We want to go, I'm gonna close everything over here. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this .env.production. So now I don't know if there is a better way to do this, but this is the best way I can possibly do it. So our base URL is named next public URL. So this is what we are calling. So this is basically our next public URL. And as we've seen before, we have set this to HTTP localhost 3000. Now, when we deploy it, it's obviously not going to be at localhost 3000. What we need to do is we're going to have to change it to whatever URL that exists on Vercel. So we are essentially calling the domain where we are deploying it, and we're calling an API call to itself. So we are calling the backend that exists at the same domain name. What happens is, though, the domain name only exists when you deploy your application. So you have to have a way of calling the domain name, even though the domain name might not exist. So the way to do this is we're going to set next public URL, and we're going to set HTTPS : and we're going to set next public Vercel URL. So this is by default, a Vercel URL is coming from, like, they have a system environment variable on Vercel that will allow us to call the domain name. And we also need to do HTTPS or else it wouldn't work. So this is a way for us to provide Vercel the proper information to call itself. And we can deploy this one on our GitHub because this is okay. This is not private information. So we can just deploy this, push it up to GitHub, and we're okay. So I'm going to save that. All right, from here, now I'm going to go to GitHub. I'm going to create a new repository. I'm just going to call this Next AI blog app. And I'm just going to keep it private for now, and I will make this public when this video goes up. So I'm going to create the repository. And over here, we can follow these instructions, but a little bit modified. So I'm going to do git init, and they reinitialize existing Git repository. And then I'm going to do git add all, git commit -m first commit. And then we're going to do git push origin main, like so. And actually, it seems like I messed up. So I need to do git remote add origin right like this first. And then we can do git push origin main. All right, once that's completed, I'm going to refresh my GitHub page just to make sure everything's there. So we have .env production. We have .vs code. I think these are okay. You can keep the settings. Public, yeah, that's fine too. So a lot of this is perfectly fine. Just wanted to make sure our git ignore is correctly set. So we have all of this information. Now we can go to Vercel. Let's go to vercel.com. And you want to make an account. Making an account is by default normal. So we're going to do add new project. So if you take a look, you might see something a little different because it might be your first time setting this up. If not, you're going to have to do adjust GitHub app permission. So I'm going to add and import the GitHub repo I just created. So once you have added the permission for your GitHub, you want to do import for the one that you're wanting. So I had this NextJS block, but I want this app one right now. So I'm going to import that one. So over here, we're going to configure our project. So build and output, we can keep it the same because this is all the default Next configuration. We can go to the environment variables as well, and then we can modify our database URLs and stuff. So from before, we have database URL in our .env file, and we want to copy and then paste it over here. So I'm going to paste that, and we are going to change this SSL cert to be slightly different. What we need, like we can change right here to be /etc/pki/tls/ca-bundle.crt. Now this is fine for Mac. I think this is different but if you have any issues, you can look at the links in the description below about these issues about SSL cert, and you might need the proper one depending on your OS. And I have a bunch of links in the description if you can try and see which ones those work, because I'm a little confused on where I'm supposed to find those information. So I'm going to add that. I'm also going to add Openai API _key. I'm going to do this off screen to copy and paste it. And once you have those pasted, I'm going to hit deploy. All right, with enough luck, hopefully you have deployed your project to Vercel. So let's actually see if everything's working as expected. And we see our website. Oh, that's great. So if I go over here, let's just make sure all our network calls are basically working. I'm just going to go all. We have everything coming in. We can go to this, and it's loading, and we can see our information as expected. We can do edit. We can add this. Let's say I am sarcastic. I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to hit that button. Let's just make sure our Openai icon or Openai AI is working. Just going to wait for it. And as you can see, we have this information. We can hit submit, and it saves it. And we have our complete Vercel Next.js app working. Now, if you have any issues with deployment and some of the certs, please go to my Discord, because I have a Discord channel dedicated to each app. So you want to go there, you can go and talk in that discussion, because I know some people might have a lot of issues overall throughout, especially something like this. Next.js 13 is very new. There might be a lot of problems. You might have different OS, different versionings. It's hard for me to know what all those problems are. So you can go into that Discord discussion, and you will be able to figure out what problems you might have or ask a question. Maybe I can help you out as well too. And there you have it. We've covered Next.js 13, and we've covered the most recent features and the recent updates with Next.js 13.2 versioning. We have all the routes. You're using the app directory. We are using image components. We are using server components. We are using Prisma along with it. We are using Typescript as well. We are setting up our routes. We are even using Openai and using ChatGPT to create our content in this blog style complete application. Now, I hope you learned a lot from this, because this was quite the challenge, even for me. There is a lot to Next.js and a lot to learn. Now, hopefully you take something away, and you can like, comment, and subscribe, and be sure to check out my Discord. I always have a discussion for each application now. So if you go there, you can ask questions if you have any kind of trouble. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you next time.